Oh my god. It's time for some true crime. Hello y'all, my name is Super Siri and welcome in. We're gonna be watching some true crime stuff. I'll be talking about some murder stuff. Very murdery. But welcome in y'all. Welcome in Will. Welcome in Chunk. Welcome in John. Welcome in Newbie. Welcome in Outbaron. In person. Welcome, welcome. My goodness. So many people today. Oof. Today we'll be talking about 3 crimes. I'm very excited. I can't wait. I was asked if I could do this, and I said sure. That's perfectly fine. I like doing true crime stuff. True crime stuff. True crime stuff is definitely something that I enjoy looking into, so I do not mind. Murderpedia, was it? I couldn't even use Murderpedia. I couldn't even use it, Will. I could not even use it. I'm very sad. It said that it didn't have, it was something to do with, like, the website wasn't, safe or something like that. I'm very sad at the moment. I couldn't use Murderpedia like I wanted. Oh, dadgummit. Oh well, that's okay. We still got information. We still got stuff. Today we'll be covering 3 cases. Knock knock, who's there? Today we'll be covering 3 cases. We'll be covering the case of Kaylee Sawyer. Or, you know, yeah, the Kaylee Sawyer murder, or the Edwin Laura case. Then we'll be covering the Amazon review killer case. I'm dead. Oh boy. Joe. Uh-oh. Joe who? I don't know no Joe. Joe who? Is it Joe Mama? Oh. You keep Joe Mama out of this. But anyways, the Amazon review killer case and the Slenderman stabbing case. One of these 3 you guys may have already heard about. It's fairly popular. I already beat you to the punch. But anyway, we're gonna be covering 3 cases. I'm very excited for it. I can't wait. So hopefully we'll get into it here in a minute. I just want to make sure everybody's doing well. I hope everyone's darn you human. I just wanted to make sure that everybody's doing okay, and doing well, and feeling good, well hydrated, making sure they got their water, okay? The Slenderman case, the Slenderman stabbing. I'm gonna save that one for last. Fortunately, it's not Joe Goldberg. Would fit with the theme though. Joe Goldberg. Oh. I dare you to play. Nah, I don't wanna. Yeah. So, like person said, we'll be discussing some graphic stuff. So please be warned. Some of this stuff may make you feel uncomfortable. If you feel like at any time you feel uncomfy, just go ahead and step away. You don't have to stick around. It's all right. Don't feel bad. Just step away. Your mental well-being is more important than some stream, okay? So do be careful of that, because we will be covering those topics. I'll try not to get too intense into it. Play Roblox? No, I don't want to play Roblox. I don't even play Roblox. Why does everybody here want me to play Roblox? I don't want to play Roblox. Dehydrated Siri. No. I drank plenty of fluid, I swear. 10 person's dream. Anyway, I'm gonna look away from the chat here for a second. So, yeah, just like I said, all serious, alright? If you are uncomfy at any time, step away. Just be warned, there are stuff, there are gonna be some stuff that's talked about that may make you feel uncomfy. I'll try not to get too intense into them. What you like to play then? Whatever I want. Play the query. I don't even know what the query. I don't even know. Anyway, I think we should get into it. I think that's what we should do. Let me turn down this music a little bit because it is in your ear. Gotta get into this. Hold on, I'm gonna switch over to this music. Oh. I was trying to keep with the Amori music, but this'll work. Anyway, the great thing is that I actually have a thing here. I have my own setup here, so I don't have to click in and out of full screens. Watch the memes, it's funny. No, I don't want to. Query, correction. I thought that's what you meant. Maybe? I'm not gonna make promises. I did hear about the query though. Anyways, focus y'all. We're not on games today. No games today. Hey, focus. We're on true crime. We got murders to solve. Focused. Yeah, we're cops. We gotta focus. Time for investigating. No time for games. Focus. Okay. Put your cop hats on. Gosh darn it. Like this. Big cap. Anyway. Fit. Alright. Anywho. So we're gonna start off with the one case that actually as soon as somebody suggested to me, which I believe it was the person or the crew, as you see them here, suggested to me, as soon as they suggested that I do another true crime stream, I decided to cover this case. It is the Edwin Lara case. It's a very, it's kind of messed up. That's the best way I can put it. It's kind of messed up. Alright? So, what had happened was, basically to summarize it, this guy pretended to be a security guard or something like that. He was a security guard and he was pretending to be like police force, and he had killed a lady and then took another lady, kidnapped her pretty much, and took her cross country. He said I have as a Bobby. Perfect, put it on. It's your policing hat. But can the box kill? Find out next time on Cop Siri. The box. What? Anywho. So, yeah, that's pretty much the basically to put it. So I will try to read through here. I've got some stuff here. Somebody decided to speed down the road. Yikes. Ooh, yikes too. Yikes 3? What? I'm so concerned. Anywho. So I'm gonna read this report real quick. There was this news article, I'm sorry, that comes from heavy.com. By the way, just to let y'all know, all the information that I'm using, like the articles, any Wikipedia articles I'm using, even the videos themselves, I got them linked in the description, so if you want to look at them, you can, or read them at your own time, you can, whatever you want to do. But let's see. Kaylee Sawyer, 23, was a Central Oregon Community College student who was murdered by campus security guard Edwin Laura on July 24, 2016. Sawyer's body was found days later off Highway 126 in the Dry Creek area of Redmond, Oregon, and her death was ruled a homicide by blunt force trauma, KATU reported at the time. Sawyer's story was the subject of an NBC Dateline episode this month, reigniting interest in the case. Here's what you need to know. I'll try and scroll through the best I can here. Okay, here's the haps. Hey, I want to see your face reveal? No, I already did that. And it wasn't even my real face. Got you. Sawyer was last seen shortly after 1 a.m. on Sunday, July 24th, 2016, near her apartment building close to her college campus. Her family filed a missing persons report with Bend Police later that same evening, according to KGW8. By Tuesday, Laura was in police custody and facing a preliminary murder charge, and Sawyer's body had been found. Laura was arrested in Northern California while on a crime spree that involved multiple carjackings, a kidnapping, and a shooting. Like, holy cow. This guy, I'm not even kidding you. This guy, he was like, if I'm gonna go in a bang, alright? According to court documents cited in KGW8 report, Laura told his wife, Isabel Ponce Lara, who was a new police officer in Bend, that he'd accidentally hit and killed Sawyer with his patrol car and dumped her body afterward. It's just stereotypics. Y'all want a face reveal so bad? I got you. Here, hold on. We're gonna do this now. Y'all asked for it. Y'all get it. You ready? It's coming. Here it is. I gotta make it bigger. Why won't it let me? There we go. Y'all ready? Here it is. There you go. My real face. Now stop asking. My real face. So real, so legit, so fluffy. I'm a dog. Now stop asking me! Face reveal. A real face reveal. I was lying about the last one. This is real. Totally legit real face reveal. Now stop asking. We're in the middle of a case. Alright, anyway. It's empty. It just started. What are you talking about? Welcome in, by the way, Epic Sans. CBK9. Get him! Yeah. Get him, boys. We got him. Anyway. Where was I? Ponce Lara reported what her husband told her. When officers searched the Laura's home, they found Sawyer's purse and shoes, a blood-stained rock, later determined to be the murder weapon, and a clump of hair as well as blood on his work boots. Chilling Crimes wrote. Oh my god. By that time, Laura was on an interstate crime spree, kidnapping a woman in Salem, Oregon, and bringing her to California, then shooting a man in the stomach at Eureka, I don't know how to say that, California, Super 8 motel before stealing a car at a gas station close by. The car had 3 people inside, and Laura forced one of the children to drive the car at gunpoint while the owner of the vehicle was left behind at the gas station and called 911, KGW8 reported. Things about to get spoopy. Things about to get scary spoopy, y'all. Can you show a picture of a clown? I don't want ya. If you want to see a clown, then look that up on Google. We're not here for clownery. We're here for serious business. It's serious business. The family was later dropped off unharmed, and Laura was arrested after a car chase. Laura initially pleaded not guilty, but later changed his plea to guilty of aggravated murder and robbery in order to avoid the death sentence, Ben's source reported. Investigators found evidence that Laura attempted to, Sawyer, but charges did not stick. The charges did not stick, as explained in a report by Central Oregon Daily. I'm gonna just ignore that because it just goes on about the assault. Anyway. After entering his guilty plea, Laura was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As for the crime spree Laura embarked on after killing Sawyer, a federal grand jury in Eugene, Oregon charged him with 1 count each of kidnapping, carjacking, and 2 counts of using, carrying, and brandishing a firearm during and in relation to a crime of violence, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Oregon. Laura pleaded guilty of the federal carjacking and kidnapping charges. He received a second life sentence. Meanwhile, John Wayne Gacy. Oh, no clowns? What the heck? Let's see. Sawyer's family sued Central Oregon Community College in July 2017, stating that Sawyer accepted a ride from Laura, who was on duty, because she believed she could trust the campus security officer. However, once Sawyer was in the back of the vehicle, she was stuck in the cage and doors didn't open from the inside, KATU reported. The lawsuit argued that KOCC did not adequately check Laura's background and that their campus security vehicles and uniforms too closely resembled those of Bend police. The family attorneys, Jason Caffrey and Tim Williams, said Laura's red flags should have been evident to COCC and that the college knew he had a fascination with dead bodies, the outlet reported. So they reached a settlement, agreeing to pay $22 million to her family. So COCC agreed to pay the $2 million to her family. Since her death, the state of Oregon has also passed Kaylee's Law, which implemented major changes with campus security across the state. So it's saying read next. It doesn't even tell you what they exactly changed. So I will go ahead and tell you. They decided that security and police force had to look very different from each other. They couldn't look exactly the same. Oh, bummer. No insert clown honk here. Oh, hold on. I got you. Hold up. If it'll load. It might not load. Uh-oh. Hold up. I got y'all. I was about to say, you better not. Come on, doggone you. There we go. Oh, man. No, gosh darn. Hockey here. Gosh darn it. I have no idea what you're playing. Is this coming from the game or some article? Why the heck are you a cop? It's true crime. We're not playing games today. We're doing true crime. We're chilling. We're doing true crime stuff. I'm doing true crime stuff. That's why I'm a cop. We're talking about murders. Come on, yo. No games. All murder, true crime stuff. So no video games today. We're chilling. Okay, right, so I was saying, their new Kaylee's Law is basically, the security and the cops have to look very different. I've already said this. So the dog is doing true crime. Yes, exactly, I'm a canine unit right now. Totally legit, real canine unit. And then I got another one here that says, the article title says, Ashes of Murder Victim Kaylee Sawyer Stolen, Thrown in Dumpster. Which is awful to hear, but this happened like literally last month. I'm not even playing. This happened last month apparently. Somewhere around last month. But it says a man convicted of multiple property crimes gets more than years in prison, and prosecutors say as a result of one of those crimes, he threw away some of the ashes of murder victim Kaylee Sawyer. Feel too sick, I can't stay. See you later. Oh, that's okay, Will. Thanks for joining in anyways. I hope you feel better. Let's see. The crime led to Kaylee's Law, which requires campus security be... we already talked about this. Nearly 5 years after Sawyer's death, John Vieira is accused of breaking into the family's storage unit, and Ben, among the items prosecutors say he stole and later threw away in a dumpster, was a necklace containing some of Kaylee's ashes. Why was that in a storage unit, though? What? Vieira broke into several other storage units, ultimately pleading guilty to 16 property crimes. He was sentenced this week to 40 months in prison, although prosecutors said they wished the sentence was longer. But why was her ashes in a storage unit? Like, that actually, you know, I got a twinge of sadness from that. That is absolutely so sad. You die in the most horrible way, right? Most horrible way possible. And your family's like, okay, well, she's been, you know, her remains have been cremated. We've had a service. All right, time to throw her ashes in the storage. It's like, wow, that's actually really sad if you think about it. One second. Yep, I just noticed it. One sec. Enjoy the music though. Okay. Oh wait, I'm Epic Sans 2, not 1. Oh, okay, Epic Sans. That's cool. I'll keep this open. Anywho. So, like I was saying. I still ship you 2. Oh, the 2 Epic Sans. Okay. Anyways, let's see. Okay, so we read that. I don't know, I got like a twinge of sadness when I hear that. It's like, your daughter dies in such a horrific way, and you cannot show respect by keeping those ashes with you? Maybe they were moving in the middle. Maybe I just don't know the whole story behind this. Maybe I'm missing some context. Anywho, Hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. There was something going on. I had to take care of that. I apologize. Okay. Okay. Apologies. Anyhow, so, with that being said, I think we talked about this. So, my thoughts initially, because I found this case through, yeah, we're doing a true crime stream. There's no games today, just true crime. About this stream, or should I? Well, I know... Okay, hold on. Wait, there's so much going on. Stop a second. Hold. Okay, so what crew is meaning is that just be warned that there is going to be graphic material, stuff like assault case. This case will have like things talking about sexual assault, certain things will be talked about that's not appropriate. If this is stuff you're not comfortable with, you are free to step away. You do not have to watch. Do not feel bad. Just step away. You know, your own well-being is more important than a stream. Okay? Okay. So just a warning, because this first case literally has, such charges talked about. I do want to warn y'all, okay? Just letting you know, so that you're not, thrown off guard. Just a warning, a heads up for those, especially those coming in. There will be graphic information and details. Another thing is that, I just want to let y'all be aware to be careful what information you put in the chat, especially personal information. Just know that if you do put your own personal information, I will have to time you out and hide you. Please don't do that. Just be respectful of yourself and don't put your personal information out there like that. That's why I had to take a minute. So just understand. And with that being said, let's watch this video. But, right, I was saying something before all that. I found this case through a podcast. I just want to note that I found it through the Dateline podcast. That's why I was talking about how Dateline was covering that. I actually listened to the podcast that this came from. So I thought it was really interesting, and that there was a point that actually, yeah, please don't dox yourself. Don't put your personal information out there. Be safe. Don't do stupid stuff. Please, for your own sake, don't put your personal info. God, please don't. This is not a joke. It's not messing around. I'm not playing. Do not put your personal info. I am not kidding. I will hide you and time your stuff out. Please be respectful of yourself and don't put your personal info out. But, anyhow, I found this through a podcast, blah, blah, blah. And I thought it was interesting. There was actually one part that actually infuriated me. Just hearing it made me really mad. It made my blood boil. I had to even take a second to, like, pause the podcast just to flipping let my anger out on how this guy was acting. I will tell you right now, this guy is really infuriated me. He was all about making himself look good to the media. Mind you, this guy killed a girl and then took a girl on a joyride. He kidnapped somebody in the process of all this. So he is not even close to innocent. And Dateline kind of made it seem like he was this little Christian man, he's got a wife and, his own life going on. He knew what he was doing. I think that's what it is. He knew what he was doing. Anyway. It's in the address for a big thumb in French. Why do we need this? Why do we need this information? It's pretty cool. And maybe not do that. Yeah. Thank you, John. Sending information about yourself isn't cool. Anywho. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the music and close the window. And I'm gonna do this, making sure. Okay, this is about a half hour long. All right, y'all. Bam, look at that. Wow. Yeah. Alright, let me make sure this is turned up.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video, we're going to talk about a guy named Edwin Lara, and a woman named Kaylee Sawyer. Ring any bells? Well, Edwin Lara, he was up to no good. Let me tell you. He was responsible for a missing woman, Kaylee Sawyer, went on the run after he told his wife about it, who was a police officer, by the way. Then what he thought was a real good idea was to take another woman hostage, and then he shot a guy. Yeah, it's crazy. Probably even crazier than it sounds. His little rampage. So I guess, you guys, let's stop faffing about and get into it. This story begins in Bend, Oregon. Bend is a beautiful city nestled right smack dab in the middle of old Oregon. And that's where Kaylee Sawyer lived. They were bar hopping in downtown Bend. They were all having a good time, drinking and such, sounds like fun. At one point, Kaylee's friends noticed she was flirting and dancing with a guy, who was most definitely not her boyfriend Cameron. But, you know, they were all a little bit drunk, it wasn't anything too bad, so it was fine. So then, at around midnight, as the party is dying down, Kaylee rings up Cameron. Ring, ring, come get me. On that ride home, Kaylee and Cameron got into an argument, presumably stemming from, well, drinking and dancing with the other guy and so forth. When they arrived home, the argument continued in the parking lot of their apartment, near Central Oregon Community College, with Cameron, frustrated, eventually going upstairs. He then came back down 10 minutes later, and Kaylee was gone. During previous fights, you know, Kaylee, she would usually go for a walk after just to cool off, you know, cooler heads prevail, something like that. Anyway, so she'd usually go for a walk but be back pretty soon. But this time she left for a walk and was gone, and staying gone. Cameron then began texting her, tick, 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 hey, maybe do you want to come home or something? It's getting pretty late, please come home. The argument continued over text, with Cameron just saying, it's very late, please come home. And Kaylee was just like, my phone's dying, goodbye. And so eventually she stopped responding. The next day, her phone keeps going to voicemail. Cameron alerts her family, and as the day goes on, the worriness level goes up a notch. She had left her car at a friend's house before they all went out on Saturday night. She hadn't returned to it. Cameron and Kaylee's mother then call 911 and report her missing.
Dispatch, how can I help you? Hello?
Hi. I'm not sure if this is quite the right number to call. Last night I got home from the bars with my girlfriend. She got upset at me and ran off. And I chased her and wasn't able to find her, and I still haven't heard from her. Her phone's off. I called all her family and they haven't heard from her, so I'm wondering what you recommend I do.
We put in a call and we can have officers, deputies look for her.
Okay. Yeah, she was mad at me, so I walked inside and told her to come meet me, and then when she's like, calm down. And then I went back out in 10 minutes and she was gone, and I called her a few times and she said she was walking down the street. And then I guess she said her phone was about to die. I haven't heard from her since.
Oof.
And so Monday morning arrives, and Cameron and her friends and family start to become extremely concerned. They thought that, you know, maybe she had just gone to a friend's house and her phone was dead, so she would show up. But then, as I said, Monday comes around, she doesn't show up for her dental assistant job in Bend. Something is wrong. The police, they look into the guy she was dancing with, nothing there. They look into Cameron. As you know, in a lot of these cases when somebody goes missing or whatever, it does tend to be the partner usually, but Cameron, no, he's clean as a whistle. Kaylee's family loved him. They knew he would never.
For them not to hear from her for 2 days, they say they are worried sick and just want to get their Kaylee back.
She has four younger brothers who desperately want their big sister home.
Missing 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer has much of Central Oregon on the lookout. Thousands of concerned residents spent the day putting up flyers and sharing their concern on Facebook.
And we just contacted everybody and said, please get her face out there.
The incoming COCC student and Bend native was last seen at 1 a.m. Sunday near the parking lot of her West Side apartment near COCC.
Isaac, okay, you can have a swear pass. Y'all, chill. So, let me see here. My goodness. It's very unfortunate to see her mom crying on the video, but it still brings me back to the fact that some guy stole her ashes and then in a storage place of all things and threw them out. Like, it makes me so sad. It really does. It really does. I just don't know whether it was like they were moving or what happened, but it just really seems unfortunate that that happened.
And so the search continued. So what did happen to Kaylee that night? As Kaylee was walking down the road that night after she left her and Cameron's apartment, a car pulled up beside her. A Central Oregon Community College security car. She got in the car, presumably thinking this guy may have driven her home, but we don't really know why she got in the car. But, you know, after all, he's a security officer, his job is to help people, technically, and Bend, it's a nice town. But that's not what happened. Instead, he asked for sex, and when Kaylee tried to escape, call for help, he strangled her until she was unconscious. He then drove to an isolated parking lot, and when Kaylee woke up, he choked her again. Then he dragged her unconscious body out of the car and smashed a rock into her head. He then raped her, and when he realized she was still alive, he smashed another, even bigger rock into her head. He then left her body there and drove back to campus. He then returned to the scene of the crime in his own car, put her in the trunk, and dumped her body in nearby Redmond. And then finished up shift for the night. He returned home and got into bed with his wife. That's what happened to Kaylee. But at this point, no one had any clue. That man was 31-year-old college security guard Edwin Lara.
Let me just tell you, this a-hole right here, alright? When I watched when I listened to the podcast near the end, oh, I was mad. I was very mad. I'm hoping that they show a clip. They show at least a clip. Hi, Magic Guy. Hi, Will. This is not a game. We're doing true crime. There's no games today. True crime. Only true crime. We're catching bad guys. I'm the only one who has a swear pass. No, I have no control over you. There's no swear pass for you because there's no... I can't tell you no. You're a grown adult. Isaac, I have no idea what that means. Yeah, it's a video. We're watching a video, kids. Come on. But yeah. Oh my god. I just saw, like, Crew put in, like, he choked her again. I really don't know. Maybe he thought, like, he was afraid she was still alive? Like, that's awful, though. Really awful to think that he would even consider doing that a second time. Really awful.
And
true
his
crime
wife,
is not that
Isabel
true. It is very true.
Was a rookie police officer in Bend. 2 days after the brutal murder, Isabel was up in the morning watching TV when all of a sudden Edwin came down from their bedroom, visibly upset. Isabel was like, what's wrong? What happened? And he tells Isabel that he had accidentally hit somebody with his car and driven off. he had done a hit and run. As he's talking to his wife, Isabella, no one knew where he went.
I was just waiting for him to get out so we could start the morning. So he comes out of the room and his eyes are all teary. That's when I'm like, what happened? Tell me what happened. What is this from?
Oof.
So he sits on the sofa. I turn off the TV. And then he just says that. He's like, I kill a woman. I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, I hit her with the car.
And did he tell you which car?
He said the security, the car with things on the ground.
And what did you say to that?
So I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean you hit her? And he's like, yeah, I hit her and I panicked. And I'm like, what do you mean by you hit her panicking? What did you do?
Did he say, I hit her in a panic?
He said, I don't remember exactly the words that he said, but he said something that he hit her with the car,
Yeah.
and then he panicked.
Okay.
So then I asked him, like, that's what I was trying for him to explain to me. You hit her with the car. That's an accident.
Yeah.
Why? What do you mean you panic? What do you mean?
Sorry, y'all.
And what did he say?
He just kept saying I panic, and at that point he's already, like, he got up and he's already, like, going into the room and walking back and forth. And I'm not really quite understanding what he's telling me. And then I'm like, so what did you do with the body? What? And he's like, I hit her. It was just him moving around. I'm not sure I don't think he grabbed anything other than he did grab my gun for my purse. And then he just kept saying, I need to go. And then right before he left, he's like, there's her stuff in the shed.
How did he say it again?
He said something in regards to her stuff is in the shed.
Her stuff is in the shed.
Man.
And the hunt for Edwin Lara, it done began.
Did he say that her stuff is in the van? Or in the shed or in the van? My goodness. So he kept her stuff. He didn't even try to hide it or nothing. He kept her stuff.
Police then searched the home of Edwin and Isabel, and in the shed they found a white bag with Kaylee's high-heeled shoes, her purse, a blood-stained rock, and a clump of her bloody hair. Police then had a pretty good idea of what happened to Kaylee, that it wasn't no accidental hit and run, getting into her car. And as she turned the car on, she sat there in her car, flicking through social media, after a hard day's work. When all of a sudden, Edwin Lara shows up right next to her with a gun in her face, and he demands she drive.
Apologies for that. I don't know why my computer has been really weird. I need to know what he demands. I can't remember. He said, can I write horror fiction? Have a good day, I'm out. Okay, that's okay, Dragon Master. Thank you. Thank you for joining in, I appreciate it. From Wish McDonald's. It's not even the router, it's my computer being funky. Oof. Okay, hopefully we're not lagging anymore, because it's saying that we're not lagging. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, y'all.
In the room, he handcuffed her to the bed frame and forced her to take sleeping pills.
Dang.
And just when it seems
Really?
like he's gonna, her phone alarm goes off. Literally just her alarm. But Edwin, he's like, oh, the police, it must be, it's horrible. So thankfully that was enough to,
God.
Edwin didn't hurt her, thankfully. That's pretty good. The next day, Edwin and Andrea are back on the road, but clunk. Andrea's car, it's fucked. Springing oil and shit all over the road. They need a new car. They then pull over at a motel in Wairika, California. In the parking lot, Edwin, he saw a guy loading his car. And he walked over with Andrea. And they meet Jack Levy, loading his photography equipment. Edwin demanded his car keys. And when Jack called for help, Edwin shot him in the stomach. Yeah. Now, thankfully, Jack Levy, he would be fine, he would survive, even though he had got gut shot, he was okay. But, you know, the gunshot, that was enough to scare Edwin off. He was like, drat, police are gonna be hot on my ass. So he just left Jack there, and still grabbing and dragging Andrea with him, they run to a gas station across the road. Then at that gas station, he carjacks a car with a woman and her 2 teenage grandsons inside, and he brings Andrea along with him. And so the 5 of them continue driving south, and Edwin tells Andrea, this woman, and her 2 grandsons, have you ever had the urge to kill? Because he's got a hot case of it. He eventually drops the family off at the side of the road, but keeps Andrea as a human shield.
Hi everybody, I just want to say that
Computer's dying, I know.
I apologize for everything I've done. Most likely I'm going to get caught. And sorry about that girl. About that girl in Central Oregon. And I just want to let family members, Andrea, that she's fine and she will be fine because so far she's been doing what I've been told her to do. You know, and if you guys are wondering if I have done dirty things to her, no. All right, I'm not that kind of guy.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
I used to kill that other girl, you know, and I regret it. I regret killing her. You know, she kept screaming and I was stalking her forever. So, you know, like I say, she's still fine. We're driving and she'll be home pretty soon. I'm sorry to her grandma and her family members, to her boyfriend. You know, I'm sorry for everything that I caused. Okay, and you'll see her pretty soon. Okay, tell the cops that not to shoot us, because if they shoot us, then that's not my fault. And sorry, everybody. Bye.
Then, driving near Redding, California, a highway police officer is on their ass after Edwin begins driving around 120 miles an hour. Edwin then calls 911, said he's going to turn himself in.
911 emergency reporting.
Step 1.
Yes,
Don't admit
this
to
is
it.
Edwin Lara, and I'm the
Pretty
guy
much.
on Interstate 5, going at high speed. I know you guys have the chopper on me already.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just want to say I am going to turn myself in.
Okay, where are you at?
Okay, I'm on I-5. I think close to Redding, if I'm right. You know, I am wanted for murder in the state of Oregon.
Okay. Edwin,
Yeah.
where are you at right now? Can you stop?
I am going to stop once I hit Redding.
Are you by yourself or?
No, I have someone with me. I kidnapped her in Oregon. She's innocent. Her name is Andrea.
Okay, are you hurt at all, Andrea?
No.
No? Okay. The officer sees you, and are you able to safely stop?
Yeah, I can stop, but not right now. I'll stop in Corning.
What's the difference from stopping now and Corning?
I just don't want to stop right here in the middle of the road, you know, putting myself in danger and putting everybody else in danger, more in danger, I guess.
You know, they won't. They're aware. I'll let them know they won't. But if you can stop safely, they just don't want you to run. They think you're trying to run or anything.
Okay.
Edwin, do you have any weapons with you?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I do have a gun on me. I am not going to flash the gun, so you tell them not to shoot me.
Okay.
No, I don't want to die.
Okay, you stick by your word, though. I'll let them know.
Yeah, I'm going to let them know.
I don't want to die, but gosh darn it, I'll kill somebody if I have to. Yeah, I sure will. That's the way to do it, huh? I'll surely take somebody else's life, but don't take mine. Flipping jerk. Who's the dumbest and most horrifying criminal I know of right now? Oh, he's awful. He's an awful dude. Like, I really do hope that this video shows, like, that, you know, final comment he makes before he's put away. Because it's awful. It made me so mad. It had my blood boiling from how angry I was. Just how he was acting was just flipping awful. It was so immature and ridiculous. Because he was trying to make himself look good, and in the end, he made himself look really stupid. But anyway. How to get away with murder. Don't commit
Andrea.
it. You're right, Evie.
You know, she's a nice girl. I am wanted for the death of Kaylee Sawyer. She was really drunk, and I didn't see her, and I ran her over.
Okay.
She was still breathing, and then she was screaming, and I decided to silence her forever. You want me to throw my gun out of the window right now?
No, not right now. No, don't do that right now.
All right. I can just give it to Andrea, see if she wants to kill me.
No. You don't want to do that to her and yourself.
Well, basically, or technically, it's illegal to talk on the phone and drive, right?
You know, if you're calling in an emergency, and you know what, this is just a totally different circumstance, okay?
Oh boy.
He told the arresting officer he was wearing body armor. When asked why, he said, "I came to throw down, bro." He didn't actually say bro, but he may as well have. But he said he came to throw down, whatever that means.
He was
Edwin
ready for a fight.
Arrested.
He was
Andrea was
ready.
also arrested. The hostage. She was arrested on suspicion of murder and kidnapping, the attempted murder of Jack Levy. But eventually she was cleared. Because she was the victim in all of this, she was a hostage for like 2 days.
I didn't know about that bit. What the heck? They flipping arrested the victim. They arrested the hostage in the situation. It's like, what the freak? I hope they pardoned her. I hope they gave her something for that, because that's really messed up that they did that. What the freak?
And so Edwin is taken in.
Okay.
What the heck?
That's fine.
Arrested the hostage?
Okay, thank you. Hello, sir. Hi. My name is Sergeant Beckwith. I'm Mac.
Wait, I shouldn't introduce myself because you guys know me.
We know a little bit, right? All right,
Oh my
so
God.
here's the thing. I just want to get to the nitty gritty. We have not been able to find Kaylee's body. Can you please help me find her body immediately before we start talking about anything else? The reason why I'm asking you that is I've done this a bunch of times.
I want to tell you where the body is.
Yeah.
I do. But I want to get home first.
'Cause I don't think you're a bad guy, right? I think that things have spun completely out of control, sir. Sir, am I right? Okay.
And you know this, man. Not
A man wants to do a map.
So before, can I say the story what happened first?
Yeah, as you're drawing, please, or whatever you'd like to do, sir.
Let's do the map first.
You want us to get you out of that stuff?
Highway from, yeah.
Okay, but you ask if we can get him out of this stuff so we can draw.
Highway from Redmond to.
God, I'm sorry,
Salem,
I have
that's
to-
20, right?
I think it's
I have to turn that down a little bit.
What
That
happened, man? What
Audio is
happened?
awful.
Like the straight up, what happened?
So I was putting the signs up where there was an event going on.
It's a
School,
college.
Cyclist event or whatever. So I was gonna turn south on the do not enter area there. And I didn't see her, she was wearing all black. So I was in a hurry, so it was my fault. And I wasn't expecting anybody, at that time of night, so I just turned and
Oh, why are the cops treating him like a child? So there's a situation where there's the good cop, bad cop. Pretty much one person is going to treat him nicely, try and, get him comfortable and, try to be on his good side and stuff like that, just to get more information out of him. The more comfortable he is, the more he's willing to, blab his mouth. And then there's the one cop that's there to, like, hammer it onto him, like, dude, we know you did something. We know you did it. You need to fess up now. Just to really, speed it along. and to really bring down how serious this is. Because again, you know, if they're more comfortable and they, you know, they think they can get away with it, they'll start saying whatever makes them look good, and usually they say too much. Other thing is, it sure is interesting that, you know, Kaylee, if Kaylee got hit by a car, then why did it look like she had been, you know, strangled? Where did that come into play? I'm sorry. Where did that come into play? I feel like he didn't think that through. Handcuff isn't a thing. Both of them will get you convicted. No, it's a real legit thing. I mean, it's probably phrased differently, but there is one, like, you'll notice there's two officers. There's always the one that talks to him calmly, and, you know, very, like, you know, we just want to know what happened. You know, can you please give us information? You know, do you know anything? Do you know about this situation? We just want to know what's going on. And then there's the one that's just over here like, we know you did it. You need to confess right now. There's no way, you know, and giving all this information. Or, well, not giving everything. They only give out, like, a small amount of info that only this person thinks they should know. So, my car strangled her. Like, yeah, exactly. I'm sorry for laughing, but that's pretty much how it is.
I hit her that hard. I used bumper with the
right.
Car, bumped her with the front rack, and she fell down. And at first I thought, you know, first thing I was, oh, I killed her, you know, but I didn't hit her that hard. So I got off the car, and she was really drunk. And then she looks at me, and then she started screaming.
She started screaming, or you did?
She did. So I panicked, and I just grabbed her by the throat. Told her, shut up, shut up, shut up. So she passed out. I put her on the back of the patrol car, drove her up the B12 lot, and then I was panicking. I didn't know what to do. She already seen me. She saw my face. So I opened the door, and that's when she came back. She started screaming again. So I grabbed her to chokehold. I was telling her, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Evie.
She was just struggling to scream. So I threw her down and my head was a rock on the head. After that, I dragged her body behind a tree there and I hit her with another rock. And that's when.
What a dramatic dude.
Because I heard her breathing. Her last breath.
During the interrogation, he says that, oh yeah, I did hit Kaylee Sawyer, but you know, guys, it was an accident.
Right.
Then, he says he thought she was a prostitute, and he killed her when she screamed and then had sex with her body.
So a couple things you need to
I'm
understand,
sorry?
and we're finally getting to the real problem here. We really are. Is you knew she was never getting out the car the moment you shut that door. Well, let me finish. You need to let me finish, right? Because I know this, okay? Because you said you were a hooker. She's like, no. Immediately, you go to give me your purse and your phone.
Well, I knew she wasn't going to get out.
She wasn't gonna survive that encounter, was she?
No.
Because you can't rape her and let her live, can you?
And she can't make a phone call if you have it.
I wasn't going to rape her.
Well, you can't let her live.
Edwin, we're missing something here, man.
Look, yeah, I know what you guys are thinking, and it makes perfect sense. It does.
Because
Why would you ask for her purse? What was in your head that made you want her purse?
Because, you know,
just in case she had a gun, she could defend herself.
She was gonna use her phone
to call 911. Call for help.
So, but listen to this. According to your story, this is where it does not make sense. If your intent isn't already there to do some kind of harm or some kind of evil to her, some friggin' evil that's there, bro. It's there. You just gotta face it down, man. You can't cower away from it. You face that damn thing down right now. If you know the only way If you don't have intent in her head, your thought is, I gotta keep that phone away from her because she's gonna call for help before anything bad's even happened. You've already made a decision. Am I right or am I wrong? Help me.
So I made
Yeah,
a
he really
decision at the
does.
time to silence her, to kill her.
Let's be real. When you say silence her, you mean kill her. Is that correct?
Because
When did you make that
He
decision?
really has
when she started screaming,
the flipping guts to sit
But you
here and lie
already
about how
grabbed
he
her
killed
phone.
her.
You already kept her away
Like, you're
from
already
making
done, man.
a call for help or contacting someone. So you're already preserving yourself. So I'm thinking it's before, when you ask for the purse, I think you already know in your head, I'm going to silence her. I'm going to kill her. The sound that you heard after the strike of the first rock, before you hit her with the second, is aggravating. You know this. It's the sound of life leaving her body. It's the sound of the life God breathed into her, leaving her.
Dang.
And her life being no more, going away, being done. It's the sound of everyone loving her, mourning. It's the sound of her blood crying out from the friggin' earth. Right? You know this. It's Cain and Abel. No. No. You know what it is? You need to hear it though. Okay? I respect you enough, Edwin, at this point, that I've asked you for detail, and now I'm going to give you my own. Okay? Those are the cold, hard facts. Does God still love you? Will he forgive you? Will he bring you back into his heart? Will he?
So let me just say, I know he's talking a lot about a lot of God-related stuff. 15th level. Well, at least, you know what? 15th level? Nah, he's going under that. But no, I just want to say the reason why he keeps bringing up like God stuff is because this guy was very Christian guy. He was very big on like biblical stuff. He was all about God. He was very like he was very weird about it. Like very weird. That's why they keep saying like, would God forgive you for that? Would he really forgive you for what you've done? Because you just taken a life here. You know? Like really bringing it in that he's done something awful, and the only way he can be forgiven is if he fesses up to it.
Questions you have to answer for yourself. But the truth of the matter is that her blood cries out, man. That her life is gone. It will never be replaced. The truth of the fact is this. What you mistook for a hooker was an absolute angel. Was the apple of her mom and dad's eye. Was the breath that they breathed, that they spent and cultivated all their life raising and growing. And she is gone forever with your semen all over her. That's the truth, man.
Why not give him the death penalty? He would have got it.
It's brutal. It's hard to say.
He would have got it.
It's hard to sit in here. But you got to face it before you can look your God in the eye and ask for that forgiveness and be able to receive it.
I think all throughout my life, I have struggled with somehow the urge to kill.
Is this addressed to Dad?
Yeah, the last one is for CNCC.
Okay. I think it would play pretty well on recording if we read this out loud. It might show some of your emotion. Might show.
Want me to read it?
I would love you to read it. Thank you, sir.
Oh boy.
I've been trying to ask Kaylee for forgiveness, but I don't think her soul hears my crying because God doesn't allow the devil to talk to angels.
Dang.
However, I know Kaylee hears you, and if you find it within your heart, please ask her to forgive me. Please, I beg you. Please. I know that I will spend the rest of my life.
Oh my God.
To forgive me.
He's not crying. He's not crying.
Sir, this is directed to her dad.
He really is. He's not even crying.
That you love your daughter. A man like me don't have a heart. Please forgive me, Spirit. Please forgive me, and please ask your wife to forgive me too. I fail you. I fail my community. I fail everyone, including my family. I am really sorry.
He is a lying piece of crap. This guy is not crying. He's definitely not. He is trying so hard to be like, I'm sorry. He's not sorry. He's not. He knows what he did. He's sitting here like, oh, shoot. I've been caught now. I don't want to die, so I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with this. Like, really. He doesn't care for all that religious talk. He's just trying to find a way to make himself look good. Probably, yeah. You might be right on that. But considering the fact that he was over here like, God, I'm all about God. And he literally, I think he even carried a Bible with him. He was pretty crazy. This dude was nuts. Something wasn't right in his head. He was very, very into the Bible and stuff. He literally carried a Bible with him, I think. It set him on fire. Sure. Also, where did you say that? Why not give him the death penalty? I think they were going to give him the death penalty. He was up for the death penalty, if he did not plead guilty to the charges, because it was obvious he did it. He even confessed to it. And so why would he say not guilty to that? The death is too good. You know what? I agree. Yeah. That guy needs to go. Seriously.
Unfortunately, though, when it came to trial, that entire interrogation was inadmissible. You know why? When Edwin was arrested in California, when he was taken in, he asked for a lawyer, and he wasn't given one.
So when is your court? When are you having court?
So right now I feel that all my rights are being violated, because an attorney hasn't been appointed to me, although, they read my rights when I got here. I keep asking for an attorney, and there is no attorney, so...
Okay, mira, okay, ¿sabes tú cómo trabajan estas cosas?
Dang, I wish we had lactose.
A lo que me digas, yo estoy haciendo lo que pueda hacer por ti, okay?
To let you know, this call is being recorded, I know you know that already. But anyway...
Por eso, lo que estoy diciendo es que yo no voy a hacer mucho.
I know.
Okay,
The
pero
second
sí
most
voy a ver
spoken
qué
language
puedo
in
hacer
America.
en ayudarte como...
Do you speak Spanish?
No, es que no está hablando, I'm just talking to you, babe. That's it. Talking to you normal.
So that was all kind of useless, a big blow to the prosecution. But, I think they had enough to go forward. Anyway.
They had to.
Kaylee's body was eventually found.
Welcome in, Eric.
And it was pretty horrific. Police discovered it after Edwin alerted them to a note he left in the car he abandoned in Salem before he took Andrea Mays hostage. The note 3 times had the number 18700, though there was no context as to what that number meant. Police were then able to use this number to turn up an address on Highway 126. Kaylee's body was dumped just off the side of the road and wasn't covered with rocks or bushes.
Topping your newscast tonight, a day of major developments in the Kaylee Sawyer murder case. A grand jury has indicted former COCC Public Safety Officer Edwin Lara on 4 counts of aggravated murder.
The indictment released today reveals that prosecutors believe Lara kidnapped Sawyer, tried to sexually assault her, then killed her. Authorities say Lara fled to California and shot a man and carjacked 3 people before leading police on a high-speed chase down Interstate 5. And we now know more disturbing details about what happened to Sawyer. Edwin Lara may now be looking at the death penalty.
Edwin was plead guilty to murdering Kaylee Sawyer, so no death penalty. He got life in prison.
Please tell me he
no
plays that last
possible.
bit.
God Almighty, who art in heaven.
Oh my God.
Follow here tonight. I'll ask you, please, heal the hearts, all those broken hearts of this community.
Today, Kaylee's grandfather addressed the court and his granddaughter's killer.
But he will die in prison, and it will be a lifetime experience for you. He'll probably wish he'd been given the death sentence. Rotten hell, scumbag.
That is the thing I was talking about. I wish they would have played the whole thing because, like, this guy went on so much that I think it was either Kaylee's grandfather or her actual dad that walked out because he was so mad. Because this guy literally sat there and go, "Oh, please watch over the family. Please, heal these hearts and heal the family." And like he was trying to make himself look really, sad and pitiful and, like, I'm the victim. Like, he was awful. He was an awful dude. Oh my god, it was awful. I was so mad when I heard that the first time around because it was just like, what the freak is wrong with you? Why did you decide to do this, of all things? You could have really just said, "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for your loss. I regret what I've done. I'm going to live with this sin for the rest of my life." Something. Then he's like, "Oh, heal the family." Okay, well, whatever, man. Good job. I'm gonna walk away for a sec. I'll be back. Okay, crew. Sorry, man.
You have no idea how much irreversible damage this piece of shit has done to my extended family. With that said, I'm not much of a religious person, but I have my beliefs, and one of them is an eye for an eye. So if you will give custody to this piece of shit to my extended family, we'll take them out in the desert. We'll let the eagles, the hawks, the coyotes, and the maggots eat that piece of shit alive.
Dang.
And then,
Tell
when
him,
the
Grandpa.
buzzards are done pecking his friggin' body, I'm gonna shit in his face and piss on his carcass.
Jeez, man.
And I'm gonna fill his carcass full of lead.
Dang.
He also got a second life in prison for kidnapping Andrea Mays.
Dang.
He's still awaiting charges for the shooting of Jack Levy and carjacking that family, but it's unlikely he ever will get any. 2 life sentences, no parole. It's not really I suppose there's not really a whole lot more they can give him. Thankfully, he got the worst.
You know what, though? I have to say, do it, Grandpa. Yeah, I have to say, as intense and as violent as that was, he deserved every bit of that. He deserved every bit. Especially after sitting there going, "Please heal the family." Like, no, F off, man. You're all about that media nonsense bullcrap. But, like, flipping good on the grandfather for, like, standing up and being like, "Listen, I ain't much of a religious guy, but this guy, I wish nothing but awful, like, flipping horrid stuff for him. Like, absolutely, he does not deserve to be forgiven for anything. This guy did the worst, nastiest thing he could do. The slimiest guy you ever met. Like, I have to respect the grandfather for that. It's awful.
What a case. Bad shit. Edwin consistently said throughout the entire ordeal that he had an urge to kill. Which then led police officers to think, when they were investigating him, that he could be a serial killer.
Oof.
They actually contacted the FBI to investigate him to see if he actually was. Thankfully,
Closure, but I'm gonna be honest, I want to kill this man. I would too, honestly.
Murders or disappearances, but, well, yet, that is. But, if he hadn't confessed to his wife about what happened to Kaylee Sawyer, if he hadn't gone on this crime spree, who knows, what else he could have done while kind of lurking in the shadows. And even, the crime spree he did go on. He could have very easily killed Jack Levy. He could have done God knows what to Andrea Mays. There's a lot more people he could have killed if he finally, didn't decide to turn himself in. But he did some pretty sick shit. But thankfully, he's got a, natural life in prison. And I think Kaylee Sawyer's grandfather said it best when he said,
"Rotten hell, scumbag."
And there you have it.
Oh my god. I'm gonna be right back. Listen to me about 365 years. That's nuts. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so let me just say, I don't know if, crew, I don't know if you came in at the time when the grandfather read his message to, like, the jury and to the court and to the murderer, but man, I tell you what, you would probably agree with everything that guy said, because it was, he was pretty much like, listen, you know, I'm not a big religious guy, but, like, I would flipping absolutely destroy this man. He was saying some absolutely foul stuff, and honestly, I'm here for that. Good on you, grandfather, really. But honestly, this whole, like, I'm telling you what, I didn't 100% agree. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with it too. Okay, so let me put this down so I don't keep working on it. I'm currently working on a little lamb during the true crime. Hopefully I can get it done for the stream. But welcome back, Eric. Welcome back. I already know the answer, but I wonder what you guys think about this case, because it is definitely a case. All right, it is a case that I don't even know what to think of it, but it's awful. It is really awful. I'm so, let me tell you, when I first heard this case, I was very mad near the end of it. I like, throughout the whole time that I was listening to this podcast, like, few episodes in, I was like, okay, you know, some of these cases are pretty awful, but, like, I'm listening to the whole thing. This is the one case where I had to stop and pause and just vent about how mad I am, or how mad I was about the whole thing, which, by the way, let me see if I can find his, let me see if I can find that thing where he, like, flipping, like, has his moment on the stand. Where he's like, please heal the family! Like, he literally did that. Oh, I don't think I could. I won't, Yeah, I mean, you can probably look it up, but it is out there. It is definitely gotta be out there. Whoops. But man, it is awful. It makes me so mad hearing it. But anyway, I'll bring ultimate living hell to this man and make it worse? Absolutely. For sure. I give you full consent to do that. I just, it's so awful. It is really awful. Like, this is the one episode of that podcast that I could not listen through the whole thing without getting mad. Because absolutely mad. But before we continue on here, alright? John is peeved. I can tell your thing's not showing up in my usual chat. I have to look over to my screen here and see. Couldn't they just heal the family then self? No, I think he was just trying to put on a show, make himself look good. But, anyway, so, my god. I don't even know what to think right now. I'm like at odds with myself at the moment because I'm so mad about it, but I have to continue on because we got 2 others to go through. There's so much to see, so much to do. But the next case that we're going to be talking about is the Todd Kohlhepp case, or the Amazon review killer case, which is, this one's about a serial killer. He's not as well known. I think he is pretty much an older guy. It says he was born in 1971, so he's like 50. Let's take a break. Oh, you want to take a break? Okay, we'll take a break. It's all good. It's all cool. We can take a break. That's okay. Here, let's turn on the relaxing music again. Okay? Shh, it's okay. We'll turn on relaxing music again. There you go, y'all. Take a minute. Relax. Take some time. Take a break. We'll talk about the next case when you're ready. Get some wine. Get some snacks. Take a minute. Just chill. Yeah, let's take a minute. I'm gonna step away for a little bit. Y'all relax, calm down. We'll come back and we'll just regroup ourselves. Alright? Very calm. Very calm music. This is Omori's music. Funny enough. Anyways, let's take a minute. We'll step back and we'll be right back. Okay? Okay. Okay. Oh, very nice music. I apologize for the lag. For some odd reason, my connection seems to be a little tricky, but it's been running pretty good so far. It's just every now and then it might kind of chug a little. So I apologize for that. There's nothing I can do with that, really. But I hope everybody's doing okay. Yeah. Yeah, John is no longer a mod. But that's okay. Back with your Doritos? Cool. Tasty stuff. I got me some drink. I got me a dwank. Look at what I sent you. It really is hard. I'm not going to click that, but I see what you sent, John. Okay. Isaac, you were the one that said let's continue. You. You know what? We're continuing whether Isaac's here or not. Oh, is Evie here yet? I don't even think Evie's here yet. Oh no. Anywho. Everyone, we have made a return. John, buddy, you may want to calm down with the with the curse words, because I'm not even seeing them. Anywho, I hope everyone's calmed down and relaxed. We're gonna get back into the stress, but I hope everyone is crap a bad word. I don't think so. I can see it, so I don't think so. Thank you, John. But anywho. Oh, because Roblox censors it? Oh, I don't think it is on YouTube. I think it's more of the serious curse words. Okay. Anyways. Y'all, let's get back into it. Let's get started up. I think I'm ready to go. I got a dwank. Listen to this. Dwank. Is hell a bad word? I guess it depends on how you use it. Yeah, it depends on how you use it. But just a reminder, y'all, just be aware that what we are going to be talking about does contain some stuff that may make you uncomfortable, such as like sexual abuse of violence, things like that. Of course, murder. So do be careful of that. Just want to let you know, if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can always... Oh god, my thing just bugged out again. Great. Fun. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Anyways. Anyways, the next crime. I keep trying to get on this crime. The next crime we're going to be talking about is, I've already said this, the Todd Kohlhepp case, or otherwise known as the Amazon Review Killer. So this guy got found out. Siri, computer work. Exactly. What the heck, computer? What the heck? So anyways, this guy got caught because he actually left a review for one of the products he bought from Amazon to use for his, for the last kidnapping he did, which is awful, very awful. But there's more to this guy than what you think. First off, he was raised, let's see, I'm gonna try and read some of this. So he was born and raised in Florida, or born in Florida and then raised in South Carolina and Georgia. He was mentally handicapped? Was he? I don't see that, but maybe you see it somewhere else and I just didn't read that anywhere. But anyways, let's see, his parents divorced when he was 2. His mother gained custody and married another man the following year. And then of course, it was found out that he had a really poor relationship with his stepfather. And then they wanted to live with his dad, his actual dad. He was also described as a troublesome child. He was known to be aggressive towards the other kids. He would break stuff of theirs. Let's see. It says he started undergoing counseling. He was described as being explosive and preoccupied with sexual content. He also displayed cruelty to animals, shooting a dog with a BB gun and killing a goldfish with Clorox bleach. What the heck? You don't hurt animals. Or people. Both. You don't hurt. He said the only emotion his son was capable of was anger. I apologize, my thing bugged out again. I really need to figure out what's going on with this computer. He also inherited his father's hobby, collecting weapons, and was taught by him to blow things up and make bombs. What? Uh-oh. Lag again? Yeah, my computer is just having a fit at the moment, and I just do not know why. Let's see. Despite this, the relationship deteriorated due to his father's absence with a number of girlfriends, and Kohlhepp expressed desires to return to his mother, though she reportedly made excuses to extend his stay. Number 1, if you're gonna commit a crime, don't hurt people unless actually necessary. Yeah, don't do it unless it's a self-defense, alright? Don't be hurting nobody. And don't just say it's a self-defense either. It has to actually be self-defense. Dadgummit. On November 25th, 15-year-old Kohlhepp kidnapped a 14-year-old girl in Tempe, Arizona. He threatened her with a .22 caliber revolver, brought her back to his home, tied her up, taped her mouth shut, and after her. Oh. Yikes. Yep, we are already in the thick of it. Well, not really. We kind of explained his early life. Why do you keep calling me sorry, John? That's okay, John. Don't feel bad, John. It's okay. But yes, we started up. We just talked about his early life, so we haven't really gotten in very far. So afterwards, he walked her home and threatened to kill her younger siblings if she told anyone about what had happened. Kohlhepp was charged with kidnapping, sexual assault, and committing a dangerous crime against children. Self-defense. Yes, if a woman hits you, you can fight back. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm a lady, so if a woman hits you, you can fight back. Just don't hit anybody, alright? Don't be hitting people unless you have to. Let's see. In 1987, he pleaded guilty to the kidnapping charge and the other charges were dropped. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison and registered as a sex offender. He was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and was noted as having an above average IQ of 118. Wow. My goodness. The judge in the case said Kohlhepp was very bright and should be advanced academically, but behaviorally and emotionally dangerous, and likely could not be rehabilitated. Why can I not read? Oh, this music. Let's change the music a little bit. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Here, we'll just go back. There we go. So that music's a little too sad. Who didn't know that? There are some people I know that don't. Yeah, there's some people that actually believe you shouldn't hit women at all, but... And I mean, yes, you shouldn't hit people at all. You should really keep your hands to yourself. But if they, you know, harm you and they're causing you trouble and they're making you, like, they're intimidating you or hurting you, then yeah, you might want to play the Ace Attorney OST. Nah, this is chill. We're chilling. I think the last thing we need is just very intense Ace Attorney music. But yeah, let's see. Court papers that added that he felt the world owed him something. Later went on, okay, so Kohlhepp's attorney in the case later went on to say that while defending him, he did not believe his client would go on to harm others in the future. During his imprisonment, Kohlhepp was initially cited for violations that included violent behavior. After turning 20, however, he had no other records of disobedience. Yes, as long as it is actual self-defense. Like, literally don't just, it's self-defense and start hitting people. Yes, don't be starting to hit people and say it's self-defense. It actually has to be self-defense. Like, you literally, if they are hurting you, you should defend yourself, but don't go hurting people just because. Let's see, August 2001, Kohlhepp was released from prison after serving 14 years and moved to South Carolina where his mother was living. And during his imprisonment, he attended and graduated from Central Arizona College with a bachelor's degree in computer science. Why can I not read all of a sudden? From January 2002 to 2003, he worked as a graphic designer for a company in Spartanburg and began studying at Greenfield Technical College in 2003. Pretty much he got like a bunch, like 2 degrees, computer science and business. Despite being registered as a sex offender, Kohlhepp was able to get a real estate license on June 30th, 2006 after lying about the felony charge on his application. From this, he built a firm that had dozens of agents in its employ. He had been recognized as a top selling agent in Carolina region. Shoot, that's called assault and is punishable by law. Oh god. Anyway, y'all look crazy. Anywho. Okay, I'm trying to take all this in. There's Wikipedia's like page is so difficult to follow. The firm was closed down following his arrest. It's pretty much saying after he got arrested again, they closed it down. Colehep was acquired a private pilot license and several properties out of state. He purchased in May 2014, he purchased nearly 100 acres of land located in an area 9 miles from the community of Moore for $305,632. He then set a fence which cost $80,000 around the property. Remembered him as extremely... Okay. A customer who sold her home to Colehep remembered him as extremely outgoing and professional, but not only he would often talk about his firearms and sometimes subtly use sexual innuendo during their conversations. Ooh. Conversely, a woman who assisted one of Colehep's employees described him as angry and condescending towards her partner. A banker who worked in Colehep said he often watched pornographic videos even at work. Since this video is about murder violence, I'm playing Roblox. Oof. Unless you're boxing, in that case it's fine. Oh god. Y'all are crazy. Let's see. On November 6th, so this is the murders. On November 6, 2003, a customer found 4 people shot dead inside Super Bikes Motorsports, a motorcycle shop in Chesney. The victims were identified as owner Scott Ponder, service manager Brian Lucas, mechanic Chris Sherbert, and bookkeeper Beverly Guy, who was Ponder's mother. Oh wow. I hate this man already. I hated him from the start. All 4 dead from multiple gunshot wounds. Before Colehep confessed the shootings in 2016, investigators believe that the gunman, armed with a pistol, entered the shop from the back and killed Sherbert as he worked. He then killed Guy in the middle of the showroom, Lucas in the main doorway, and Ponder in the parking lot. According to Ponder's wife, Colehep was a disgruntled customer who had been in the shop several times. According to Colehep's mother, he attempted to return a motorcycle there, but the employees laughed at him, would not return the money he had paid for the motorcycle, and embarrassed him for not knowing how to ride one properly. Dang. You know what? That doesn't warrant him murdering people, though. That does not give him the right to murder somebody just because they got made fun of for not knowing how to ride a bike. What the freak, man? Oh, God. On August 31st, 2016, Calla Brown and her boyfriend Charles David Carver went missing after they went to remove brush from one of Colehep's properties. Carver was later found dead of multiple gunshots on the property. Interest in the disappearance of Brown and Carver increased as a result of posts on Carver's Facebook account following their disappearance, the unusual nature of which prompted speculation that another party had taken control of his Facebook account. It is kind of funny. Siri, why don't you do these type of streams more often? It just seems like not a lot of people were really interested at the time, but if you guys are interested, I'll keep doing them. I like doing true crime, so I don't mind doing them every now and then. We can do them on Saturdays if y'all want. But anyway, yeah, I don't mind. If y'all wanted me to do more of these, I can do more of these. I just thought people weren't extremely interested in them. But I do like talking about true crime. I do. It's very fun for me. Let's see. Where was I? On November 3rd, Brown was found by authorities chained to the wall inside a metal storage container on the property. Investigators had tracked her down after tracing the couple's last known cell phone signals, after which they heard banging noises coming from inside the container. A search of Colehep's property recovered Carver's vehicle, which was found in the ravine, covered in brush. I'm invested. I am too. According to Brown, she witnessed Carver being shot by Colehep. Colehep's mother claimed Carver was killed for having a really smart mouth. What? Which Colehep did not like. He also said he kept Brown captive because she did not do anything wrong and he did not want to hurt her. However, Brown stated to police just after her rescue that Colehep had killed Carver because Colehep was mad at her during her captivity. Brown was and intimidated into not escaping after having been shown the graves of Colehep's other victims. What? I may curse other criminals, but I like the stream. I'm glad you guys like this stuff. Let's see. 2 bodies were discovered on Kohlhepp's property following his arrest, who were reported missing on December 22nd, 2015. And that was in like, what, 2016? Holy crap. That is nuts. I apologize. Anyway. Let's see. Yeah, that's crazy. So they have been gone for like almost a year. These people are so bad that I want to be a law-abiding citizen. Like, really. Report about this case. Sounds good. Let's see. Where is it? Gosh darn it. Were missing on December. They were allegedly hired by Kohlhepp to work on his property. McCraw Coxey had been killed by gunshot wound to the head on December 25th or 26th. So they had been gone since like they were gone since like the 22nd of December, and the woman was killed on Christmas pretty much. So that's like a few days later. Holy crap, man. That's awful. Well, Coxey had been killed a week earlier by gunshot wound to the torso. Of course he was. It seems like this guy likes to just kill the dudes and keep the ladies. Why is the first weapon this man used as a chainsaw? What? He used a chainsaw? You're spoiling stuff. According to the county coroner, they were identified through their extensive tattoos. I wonder if that shows anything. No, it just shows another thing. Wow. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7 murders and 1 survivor. That's crazy. Wow. I guess 2 survivors, technically. Kohlhepp was arrested shortly after Brown's rescue. He later confessed to the Chesney shootings and murders of the Coxeys. Coxeys? I don't know. And in exchange for allowing him to talk to his mother, give her a photograph, and transfer money to the college fund of a French child. While meeting with his mother, he reportedly confessed to the killings and kidnapping. When he confessed to the Chesney shootings, Kohlhepp said he shot each of the victims once in the forehead, a detail in the investigation that was never released to the public. So it was very serial killer vibes. Very serial killer. This Freddy Krueger. Like, really? A search of Kohlhepp's property was uncovered numerous weapons, including 9mm pistols outfitted with suppressors, semi-automatic rifles, and an undetermined amount of ammunition. That's terrifying. Because there was no record of a background check under Kohlhepp's name for the purchase of a firearm, investigators believe he was likely acquired the weapons illegally. That's even worse. Shortly following Kohlhepp's arrest, authorities in Spartanburg County discovered a number of seemingly joking product reviews for various items, such as padlocks, shovels, tasers. Oh. Wow. Okay. Another written for a folding shovel read, "Keep in car for when you have to hide the bodies and you left the full-size shovel at home. Does not come with a come with a midget." I'm sorry. Which would have been nice. The reviewer's wish list page was listed as Todd Kohlhepp. Interesting. Interesting. I sent you his weapons. Oh lord. Do I want to see his weapons? I can't believe that. This is awful. He had a chainsaw. Okay, here's the list. Cruz sent me the list of what exactly he had. He had a shovel, which we knew about, the chainsaw, a dagger, another, like a blade, a fixed blade, camouflage, and flipping, are those bandages? Clotting sponge? What? Sponge is like, no sponge has ever sponged before. It should have been big package, but please no tights. What the freak? He is nuts. He's nuts. He's nuts. He also had a katana? Of course he did. Of course he did. Why? Oh my god. Following his arrest, Kohlhepp claimed to his mother that there were many other victims aside from the aforementioned. When his mother asked how many, his response was, "You do not have enough fingers." Oh, during interrogation, he claimed to have shot a victim in Arizona on November 18, 2016. It was reported that the 10th Police Department had begun an investigation into Kohlhepp's claim, searching through unsolved homicides in the past 3 decades. They said they would focus on cases dated from 1983 to 1986, when Kohlhepp was living with his father. Yeah, the dude bought a katana. Oh my god, a katana. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I just, you know, I expect it, but at the same time, I'm still shocked that he actually got one of those. Let's see. When Kohlhepp, and also between August 2001, when Kohlhepp completed his sentence for kidnapping, and November 2001 when he moved back to South Carolina. On November 25th, 2016, police in Greer, South Carolina announced that they had named Kohlhepp as a person of interest in an unsolved 2003 bank robbery and triple homicide at the local Blue Ridge Savings Bank. This crime was separated from the Chesney shootings by 6 months. However, as May 16th, 2018, no definitive link between Kohlhepp and the killings was established, and Kohlhepp was denied any involvement in the case. December 2017, Kohlhepp wrote to the Spartanburg Herald Journal claiming he had more victims who have not been discovered. My god. So he has more deaths somewhere. Wow. They even charged the guy who bought the firearms and stuff for him. He also bought a taser. This dude bought anything and everything. I need to know what these... I need to know what these gosh darn... Hold on. Yeah, this one. I need to know what all he said. I don't... No. Gosh darn it. Okay, fine. Jiminy Christmas. Here, stop crying to me, gosh darn website. Okay. We've already read this one. Here's the one for the chainsaw. Works excellent. Getting the neighbor to stand still while you chase him with it is hard enough without having an easy-to-use chainsaw. Oh my god. Here's the padlock. Well, he sure was a character. Woman's boyfriend was found. Oh, here's the taser. It's blacker than my soul and priced right. Didn't you guys write that somewhere? No, I just read that somewhere. Oh my god. Reviews were listed on a page linked to a wish list that belonged to someone identified as Todd Kohlhepp. Items and reviews were wide-ranging. They include everything from Season 6 of The Walking Dead to a pet feeder, master locks, tactical vests, and a dozen other products reviewed May 15, 2014 to 2016. Same month that the woman who was found Friday, Calla Brown, disappeared with her boyfriend, Charlie Carver. Some of the items appeared to have been removed from the page. Amazon did not immediately respond to a request for comment. An SOG brand folding shovel was no longer listed, for instance, nor was a rubber-handled 5-inch knife made by the same brand. I don't know if the crew is spoiling the video. Not really. We're going over the same stuff pretty much. It's just really funny that this dude just bought a bunch of stuff. But I really want to see these reviews that he put out. Because I know he had to have others. I guess not. Let's try this one. What does this one have? If it's got the same stuff, I'll just keep moving. Oh. Washington Post, you ain't getting my money. My God. Okay, so it's going over the same stuff. I really can't. Yeah, that's... What on earth? I just can't believe that. I really can't. I'm trying to read through some of this. Seeing if there's anything different. Oh. Police found Kala Brown chained to a metal shipping container on Cole Hub's property. Kala shared that Charles had been shot 3 times in the chest and buried in a blue tarp. Then she was chained to the shipping container for 65 days. Oh my God, imagine being stuck in a shipping container for 65 days. That's horrendous. That is horrendous. I can't believe he would do that. That's wild. Unfortunately, the other reviews have been taken down. Aw, man. That sucks. I guess fair enough, but like, come on. I really wanted to read them because, like, as dark and messed up as they are, especially the context, like, now knowing what he meant by all that, like, it's like, come on. I was really curious about what else he said. It is awful, though. All honesty, though, jokes aside, he really did something awful. Todd also confessed to killing 4 individuals at a Superbike Motorsports. Excuse me, car, I'm talking. At Superbike Motorsports in 2003, which was a cold case for 10 years. Todd shot 4 employees in under a minute, claiming they teased him about a motorcycle he purchased months prior. Wow. That is awful. He told police that they were hired to clean his rental properties. Charles and Johnny, so Charles, I think, is the boyfriend of Kala, and Johnny, I think Johnny is Coaxy, isn't he? Yeah, Johnny is Coaxy. So Johnny and Charles, 65 days. Oh, there went my stream. Okay, cool. For 65 days, no sunlight, probably not even much food or water. Like, she probably wasn't even given resources that much. That poor girl was probably sitting in that thing for a long time, and especially in the blazing heat, too. I'm not sure, John. Yeah, I don't know about showing victim profiles. It's probably gonna be gruesome. But yeah, that's effed. That's very effed. Anyway, y'all wanna watch the video? Chimney Christmas. It's so messed up. Oops, it's so twisted, man. So twisted. I don't even know what to say, but man, that's nuts. What was that? What? Ah, whatever. Anyway. Hey, that is disturbing, but I will say thanks. I can't even see it that well, but yeah, that's messed up. Is that the... Wait, is that the one that survived? That's Kala Brown, right? Yeah, because there's a picture of her on one of these articles. Yeah, that's awful. She was chained into that storage container. She couldn't go anywhere. She was stuck there. There's literally a picture out there of them sawing through some chains and a padlock just to get her out of there. Like, she was stuck in there. He trapped her in that box and did not let her go. And he did awful things to her. That poor girl was probably just... Oh my god, she had to have been suffering bad. I think it's a miracle that she lived. That's just... I don't even know what to say about that, but man, let me tell you, it's pretty gruesome stuff. Anyways, I'm gonna turn myself down a little bit so y'all can hear, and then I'm gonna turn this up a little bit, just a little bit. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Hopefully my stream will keep it together here, because it's bugged out a few times now. I don't even know how long I've been going for. This is why I think this man was mentally... I don't think he was mentally handicapped. I think he was just... He had, it was just like the way he was raised and, you know, how things were going with him. He had a lot of anger issues. A lot of anger issues, and nobody was around to, like, help him. So he's, like, stuck with these anger issues that he doesn't know what to do with. And he takes them out on other people and, you know, realizes that he feels better when he takes them out on people. Turn the mic volume up. Okay. I'll turn it up a little bit. How's that? Is that good? I'll wait a minute until you respond. But yeah, I'm just so... I don't even know what to say at this point. It's just... But yeah, I just... Blech. Really just disturbed by the guy. Okay. I'm gonna turn this up just a little bit. Alright. Let's get this started.
Alright, this is where we're at, Mr. Collette.
Just know I haven't seen this video.
While we were here, alright, my sergeant served a search warrant on your property. Okay? We have Kayla. Excuse me? We have Kayla in your property. She was locked in a container.
My God.
She has told us that you shot and killed Charlie. Okay, so at this time I'm gonna need you to stand up and put your hands behind your back.
He's already handcuffed.
Okay. You're under arrest right now for kidnapping.
What's up, Iwu crew? It's the Raven, here to share another shocking, interesting, or just strange, but very true story with you.
Let me tell you, if y'all... What happened? Hello? Oh.
This is Todd Colette.
Hello? Computer, focus with me. I will tell you, Explore With Us does a really good job of showing us information and things. So if you want to watch more stuff like this, feel free to watch his stuff. He does a good job. Okay? But let me just say, those pictures, can we go back to effing F? Can I just... Oh my God! Oh! Talking much, I'm just busy. You're fine. You're alright. But can we just take a minute to go back and look at these pictures? My God. Look at this. She had nothing. She literally had books and a mattress. She was just locked up there. She was just locked up here.
She was locked in a container.
Look at that. Oh my God, that's awful.
Okay?
Oh my God. That really is awful.
Just told us that you shot and killed Charlie. He's already killed. Okay. You're under arrest right now for kidnapping.
That's awful.
What's up, Iwu crew? It's the Raven, here to share another shocking, interesting, or just strange, but very true story with you. This is Todd Colette. Between 2003 and 2016, he murdered at least 7 people in South Carolina, and his story is one of the most bizarre I've ever heard. What you're seeing is Todd's taped confession, and less than a minute in, he says this.
I just think it's kind of funny.
What?
At the ending of all this,
Right.
you've helped me get back with my mom.
Right.
And I'm helping you solve a problem that just cleans the books up.
You see, Todd agreed to tell the truth about his crimes in exchange for a few things. First, he wanted to talk to his mother and give her a photograph. And second, he wanted to transfer money to the college fund of a friend's child.
What?
There's probably not a lot we're going to be able to do for you. I don't know. Giving you a clear conscience is one of the only things we can... Honestly, I'm not worried about my conscience. You gave me what I wanted. What I wanted was to have the opportunity to take care of my mom, whether my girlfriend accepts it or not, to at least attempt to take care of her and her kid.
Do you still want me to reach out and talk? I have not yet, but do you still want me to reach out and talk to her to see if she wants to come see you or talk to you?
If she would, please.
Okay, I will.
The biggest thing is, please let her know that whether I screwed up, I can't fix it.
You'll notice he seems pretty friendly and gregarious on the outside, and the more I learned about this case, the more I realized that's kind of his whole persona. You see, if there was one word that I could use to describe Todd, it's cocky. He likes getting his way and receiving praise for his actions. In fact, many people theorize that the only victim who managed to escape Todd with her life realized this very personality trait and used it to stay alive until help could arrive.
Dang.
Her name is Kayla Brown. On August 31st, 2016, 30-year-old Kayla and her 32-year-old boyfriend Charles David Carver went missing. They just decided to move in together after a few months of dating. And in order to start building their new life together, the pair was looking to pick up some extra work on the side. Kayla goes, I know the perfect job. There's this guy, a real estate broker who I met through one of my exes a few years back. I'm sure he'll have something for me. And he did. Todd was a very successful man in the area after all, and he put Kayla to work cleaning houses for his listings. She was stoked to have the additional income, and the deal only got sweeter when Todd said he had a job that both she and Charles could take on together. This time, it was clearing brush at his own 95-acre property, which was only about 8 miles away from his actual residence. When Kayla and Charles arrived, Todd simply instructed them to wait outside while he went into a garage on the grounds to get something. As they stood alone in the creeping silence, neither one had any idea that these few quiet moments out in the middle of nowhere were the last they'd ever spend together. Over the next few days, the couple's loved ones started to grow concerned. Kayla's friend knew something was off when all her calls and texts went unanswered. But even when she visited Kayla's home and left notes on her car, there was no response. Charles was very close with his mother, and they talked every day. So when she stopped hearing from him after August 31st, she quickly reported him missing. Soon enough, the couple's apartment was checked, and although they were nowhere to be seen, their poor dog was inside all alone without any food or water. This just wasn't like Kayla or Charles. Something was seriously wrong.
Totally not.
But even when the two were reported missing, there was virtually no trace of where they could have vanished. And then something really weird happened. Charles posted on Facebook. That's right. All of a sudden, just like nothing had even happened, Charles was back on social media with posts informing his friends that he and Kayla were expecting a child, that they had bought a house together, and that they were now married. He apparently also shared out-of-character posts about digging holes, sword violence for some bizarre reason, and chillingly the final lyrics to the Eagles song Hotel California, which finishes, "You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave." He shared strange posts like, "I wonder if I said hello, how many people would say it back? Let's try it. Hello." What color ribbon supports the cure for people who can't keep their nose out of other people's business? And sometimes late at night I dig a hole in the backyard to keep my nosy neighbors guessing. These all seem to be aimed towards deliberately provoking Charles's friends, and on this last post people commented, "Is that what you did to Kayla and the real Charlie?" And, "Are you hinting at what you did with them?" To make things even weirder, Charles's account was sharing and liking the missing persons pages set up by the couple's families, even promoting a fundraiser that hoped to hire a private investigator to look into the disappearances. None of this sat right with, well, anyone. The grammatically incorrect and mean-spirited post didn't sound like Charles at all. Not to mention the real Charles was barely ever active on Facebook before all these sudden posts. The account at one point even posted an old picture of the couple captioned, "We're fine," which was soon deleted. On October 1st, a
Wow.
concerned friend commented, "Where the hell is Kayla Brown?" To which Charles's account responded, "Kayla is with her husband, Charlie. Why can't she have any contact with us? And who is this? She doesn't want to." I don't believe that. I know Kayla. She's not going to just run away from everyone. You or her should at least let someone know she's alive. The people that need to know that we are okay know that. If you look at the timestamps on these comments, they're only minutes apart. Whoever was replying wasn't even taking the time to carefully think out these cryptic responses. One friend shared that they were sent a disturbing message from the account reading, "I'm just missing to everyone else. We are both okay. There's only one person that knows where we are, the person that means the most to me and Kayla. She knows where we are, and we are coming that way forever." Well, as you can probably guess, this wasn't Charles using his account at all. It was
No, of
Todd trying to
course.
throw people off his trail, buy himself some time, or maybe, just maybe, he was doing this purely for the fun of it. Like a
Can you believe how you have to imagine how awful it is to, your brother, your best friend, your son, grandson, whatever. This guy is missing. He's been missing for a while now. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, both him and his girlfriend are missing. So they're both missing. Completely gone. All of a sudden, he posts, like out of nowhere, the guy, the boyfriend or whatever, posts like, "Oh, hey, everything's fine, like totally normal," when in reality, he sounds like an a-hole, and he's got like these anger issues going on. Like, this doesn't sound like the guy at all. Like, who the freak is this guy? It's obviously not, our friend or brother or, son or anything like that. So who is this guy? And you come to find out, it's actually the killer doing that. It's the killer the whole time. And I'm just absolutely flabbergasted by that. He's an alien. I'm just listening to it and just like seeing all the stuff he posted is just like so dark and twisted that even I, just looking in from like an outsider's perspective, even I wouldn't have believed that. I don't think I would have. I really wouldn't have. Just out of nowhere, this guy's got lots of anger issues and really has a problem. And then lying about, what's really going on. It's like, come on, man. Come on.
A little performance he got to put on. And the further we dive into his life, the more you'll see that Todd definitely cares a lot about having all the attention on him. But now, let's go back to what really happened that last day of August when Charles and Kayla showed up on the property. After going inside, Todd had suddenly re-emerged from the door, but the friendly facade that he was known for in town had completely drained. Now, he was dead serious, and as Kayla and Charles looked down, their hearts sank at the realization that he was holding a gun. Before they even had time to process what was happening, scream for help, or run, Kayla says that 3 bullets were fired, right into Charles's chest. Kayla's whole world screeched to a halt, and she could do nothing but watch. She knew in this moment she was trapped, all alone on the expansive property of an unpredictable killer, one who...
Can I just say, I'm sorry for pausing. I felt such a strong emotion when hearing he was shot 3 times. And all she could do was just like watch in horror as this was going on. You don't expect it to happen. And it's just so painful to hear. Like, oh man, that really just hurts my soul to hear that. It really does. And then she was locked away in a flipping storage container of all things for days, for a long, long time. You just feel so awful for her. And it's just like, dang, man, Kayla went through a lot. She went through a lot. And I just feel so awful for her. I really do. And that's just so sad, man. I hope she's doing a lot better since then. I really do. My gosh. My condolences to her.
who
Seriously.
absolutely nobody in town would ever suspect to be hiding such a horrible secret. She was utterly silent and still from shock as Todd grabbed her, placed her in handcuffs, and then led her inside of a dark metal shipping container. This would become her prison. She was chained by the neck, ankles, and hands and would spend all day inside the box, except for 1 to 3 p.m. and 5 to 7 p.m. At those times each day, like clockwork, Todd would come retrieve her, bring her inside of a 2-story garage on the property, and force her to perform sexual acts. She would be fed, allowed to use the bathroom once, and given a small container of water to clean herself. She looked for any opportunities to escape, but they never came.
Nasty.
For Kayla,
Nasty
time was
dude.
running out. This was the hell she lived in while authorities were trying to piece together the puzzle of where she and Charles had disappeared to. All the while, Todd's posts on his own Facebook account were getting weirder and weirder, and looking back, his strange and cynical words are
This
very
is
telling.
it's slightly
He had
worse.
some
Yes.
generally questionable posts like this one from September 15th, 2 weeks after Kayla and Charlie went missing. Reading the news, this person is missing, that person is missing, another person is missing. Oh wait, that person just went to the beach with a friend. Another person found with her parole violation boyfriend. In the event I become missing, please note no one would take me. I eat too much and I'm crabby, they would just bring me back. On September 26th, he once again took to Facebook to rant. In my family, you get backhanded for talking back or being disrespectful. Wonder what the punishment would have been if I had looted, burned cop cars, and threw stuff at people. When I messed up, Mom beat my ass. Stepfather beat my ass when he got home. Next time I went to my grandparents, I got my ass beat. You just didn't act up. These kids and adults just don't know. Damn shame, too. They might learn to appreciate if they did.
Wow.
Needless to say, the hypocrisy of this post is pretty ironic considering all the horrible things Todd's done in his life. On September 30th, he posted, "Just admit it, you look at the news, you see the political crap and the school shootings and just general WTH is going on. Zombie apocalypse is starting to look better and better every day." On November 3rd, he shared a post that really shows just how quick his fuse was, how he viewed almost every interaction through an angry lens, and really how much he loathed others, or maybe just felt better than everyone else. "We need Ebola to come as a huge snowstorm, wipe out half the population, then melt away.
Wow.
Just tired of entitlement, rude-ass people for no reason, people who race to cut in front of you to slam on the brakes to make right turns, and that motherfucker that stands in the aisle at the grocery store, and dude, you know who you are, that blocks the aisle checking out the microbrews and blocking everyone on their way to their Michelob. Bitch move." Notice how incredibly furious Todd gets when he feels that he's been personally slighted by random strangers. Remember this because it will become extremely important later on. But despite Todd's obvious temper online, nobody would have expected in a million years what skeletons he had tucked away in his closet. It wasn't until authorities got a search warrant to access Kayla's Facebook account that the picture would come together all at once. Investigators began searching the online profile for clues, and that's when they saw conversations between Kayla and Charlie about the job on Todd's property on August 31st.
Man.
Now police knew what they were doing on that crucial last day, and when they went to trace the pair's phones, their worst fears were confirmed. Neither Kayla nor Charles had ever left the area of Todd's property. Police now knew exactly what they had to do, but not one person was fully prepared for what they might find. At about 8 a.m. on November 3rd, one group of investigators went to Todd's house, where they spoke for a while with the man, both sides remaining a bit guarded, unsure what the other side was hiding. As Todd was questioned about what he knew concerning the missing couple, Kayla and Charlie, he didn't know that another team of investigators was simultaneously arriving at his 95-acre property a few miles away to scour it for evidence. However, at this time, the authorities who were with him did reveal to Todd that they knew the cell phones of the missing persons had last pinged on his property. Todd responded, "You're trying to find the girl." The detective corrected him that they were looking for both her and her boyfriend. Guess Todd slipped up there, as he was the only one who knew Charlie was already gone.
We have a search warrant, okay? For your residence and your car, okay?
Oh boy.
We are mainly looking for your cell phone, okay? Well, me and at least him need to go in with you.
Meanwhile, not long after arriving on Todd's expansive rural land, the other team of deputies drove down its long gravel road and came upon the two-story garage. When they went inside, they were immediately concerned to see that the makeshift living space was adorned by shackles. But then they came upon the thing that fully stopped them in their tracks. In the bathroom, inside of a lone wastebasket, was a pile of hair clippings, reddish-brown in color. They warily headed back outside to continue the search, but as the investigators came across Todd's looming shipping container and went to take a closer look, they were suddenly chilled to the bone by a strange noise. Someone was banging on the walls from the inside, and they were screaming desperately for help. In that moment, the whole atmosphere changed. Deputies rushed to open the doors, but the container was tightly sealed shut by 5 heavy padlocks. This unforgettable video captured the few tense minutes where everyone held their breath, as a few men cut and pry open the locks, and then, finally, they were in.
I don't know why the
Watch out, y'all move.
The dark box was littered with supplies and crime novels, and in the very back, chained to the wall by her neck, sat a despondent Kayla. On top of the dog bed she'd been made to sleep on for the past 2 months. Barely able to move as her restraints had forced her to stay sitting up almost all the time during her captivity.
Oh my God, are you
The
serious?
investigators try their best to console Kayla as they get bolt cutters to set her free.
How are you, honey? This is bolt cutters. This is our investigator. He's a paramedic. Oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna get you out of there. Okay. Just hang loose for me. I need a handcuff.
Can you imagine? Okay, first off, let me just say, the fact that they walked in on this scene, just like, oh my God, there's like chains bolted to the wall, there's hair in the trash can that's obviously not this guy's. It just automatically, you're like, yeah, this is definitely the place. We definitely got him here. And then you just come in and this girl is like chained to the storage container, and she must have heard the commotion going on outside to know that something was going on. And she's like, okay, this is my chance. I can make some noise, start banging stuff, because obviously they're not going to know that I'm in here. So that was really smart on her part. That was extremely smart. And it must have been so, like, at first she must have been terrified, because they were like, you know, we're just here to help you. You know, don't be afraid. It's okay. You know, we're just here to help. And I just have to imagine that it must have been so relieving to, you know, have these people come in. Just relief that you're gonna live, you're gonna survive. It must have felt so good to get out of there. It must have felt so good to get out of there, despite everything.
I got it right here. Hold up, y'all
So awful.
We gotta lie. We gotta let you take photos. Randy, let me see you live, Randy. You can put your hands up. You're okay. We're here, okay?
But despite the extended trauma Kayla had just endured, her immediate response to being rescued was clear, coherent, and calmer than anyone could have expected. Her strength in this footage is beyond admirable.
Do you know where your buddy is? You shot him?
Who did?
Todd Colehep shot Charlie Carver 3 times in the chest, wrapped him in a blue tarp, put him in the bucket of the tractor, locked me down here, and I never seen him again. He says he's dead and buried. He says there's several bodies dead and buried out here, and he says that the dogs will be ruined if they go looking because there's red pepper.
We're gonna step you up, sweet. Because there's what?
Red pepper.
Okay. Tell the dog people that.
He says there's pepper everywhere around the car. The car's supposedly moving.
Dang.
The investigators at Todd's house were alerted of the shocking discovery, and they quickly confronted Colehep, letting him know the jig was up.
This guy, so he knew what he was doing. He flipping was like, yeah, I know how to get them, you know, not to even notice that I'm doing something suspicious. Let me flipping pour red pepper everywhere. Those dogs won't be able to sniff a thing ever again. It's so good that girl had all this information, you know? Like, it's so good. I want to say that the guy was stupid for giving this information, but honestly, thank God he was giving out information like it was free info, like a flipping pamphlet. Thank God. Because this girl would have not been able to get the justice or get out alive, or even help other victims, you know, get their gosh darn, what's the word? You know, get their justice, pretty much. Like, seriously. Thank God that he just blabbered all of this. So, just thank God. Like, really. Oh, man, I'm so relieved on that. Seriously, I'm not even playing. I sound mad. I sound like I'm being sarcastic. I'm 100% dead honest. Like, he's giving out info like real estate. It's free real estate. Like, really, though, he did. He honestly did.
They had Kayla, and there was no weaseling his way out of it now.
All right, this is where we're at, Mr. Colette. While we were here, all right, my sergeant served a search warrant on your property. Okay? We have Kayla. We have Kayla.
He's like, what?
In your property.
You found her?
She was locked in a container.
Yeah,
okay?
We did, a-hole.
She has told us that you shot and killed Charlie. Okay, so at this time I'm going to need you to stand up and put your hands behind your back.
He's already handcuffed.
Okay. You're under arrest right now for kidnapping. All right. They're continue to search your property. They're going to continue. They got cadaver dogs down there. Okay. If you want to help yourself, tell me where Charlie's at, so we can go find his body. That's pretty much where we're at right now.
Wow.
Do you want to help yourself and tell me where the body's at so we can go recover Charlie's body?
No, sir.
You don't want to?
No, sir.
Okay. Why'd you shoot him?
I didn't shoot anybody, sir.
Yeah, you
Okay,
did.
why'd you lock her in a container in your property?
I understand.
She's on your property right now, locked in a container. They just got her out of
Dude, they found her.
Shipping container. Connex box. She was locked in a container in a Connex box. They got her. We have investigators. We have like 20 investigators on your property right now. And they have found her in the Connex box. So she never left your property. Okay? You locked her in the Connex box, and she has told investigators that you shot and killed Charlie. Okay? So I'm trying to give you an opportunity to help yourself and help us.
He's gonna lie.
Help you find this body. Because she's saying Charlie's body, you buried Charlie's body on that property. So you're saying you didn't lock her up, you didn't put her in the Connex box or anything?
Then who did? No, wait. Then who locked her in there? Was it Santa Claus, honey? Was it Santa that locked the flipping... I'm sorry, hold on one second. I need him... Was it flipping Santa that locked him in the box? Who locked this girl in the box? Was it an invisible magical man that you didn't happen to see? Oh, diddly-do. Somehow she ended up in your house. Yeah, diddly-do. All of a sudden she's chained up to your wall. Diddly-do. All of a sudden her hair's in your trash can. Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Flippin' sure. Somebody did it, but it sure wasn't you, was it? You were just twiddling your thumbs next door, weren't you? Oh, magical surprise. Somehow she ended up in the box. How did she end up in the flipping box if it wasn't you? I'm sorry. That makes me mad. I hate when they do that. They're just like, no, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Flipping liar. You freaking liar. Who else did it? Who did it, buddy? Who did it? Was it a little magician man? Was it a little clown man? Little hunk, little magical clown man that just magically poofed her in there? Do you want to vent this to me? Sure, I guess. I'm still venting it here, though, because I'm freaking ticked. That's awful. That is awful. How freaking dare he? How dare he sit here and lie when this girl straight up has confessed to what he's done? Like, he gave her all this information like free real estate. God. Anyway, I'm just... That's just awful. Flipping awful. I can't... oh. I'm just gonna keep
Probably
going.
a good thing. Go ahead and put him in the back of your car.
Sir.
Watching this clip, Todd seems almost
Sorry,
frozen
there
by
we
disbelief,
go.
like he never thought he'd actually get caught. Authorities soon discovered Charlie's car also on the property,
He's
which
like,
Todd had spray painted
I
and
got
covered in debris
put
in
in
order to
jail?
conceal it.
For something
it's kind
I
of weird to
did?
me that Todd seems to consider himself a criminal mastermind and thought out all these ways to keep his dirty deeds secret, but he didn't even seem to consider the possibility that authorities could ping the victims' phones and find him that way. One
Yeah,
sergeant
he's-
would later say that he feels Todd wanted to get caught so he could have an audience and tell people about his awful crime.
I'm gonna say this. Listen to... Got an earful. Flippin' earful. But no, let me just say... I'm gonna try and go against, it was really dumb of him to do that, because you know what? It's a good thing that he did that. It's a good thing that he, pulled out the victim's phone and started messaging as if he was the victim. It is a very good thing that he did that, because otherwise that poor girl would have been dead. So thank God for that. Thank God that he just magically decided to text on Charlie's phone and get himself caught. From now on, that's what I will say to any flipping killer that decided that that was the smart thing to do, because it was the smart thing to do. Maybe not for them. Maybe it's against them. Yeah. But it helps the victim. So there we go.
I might have to agree. As she rode in the ambulance, Kayla would reveal more heartbreaking details of her time trapped with Todd. One of the things I found most disgusting was the harrowing way she described the sexual assaults.
Most of the time, do whatever out of me you want sexually again. And I refuse to do anything that you want.
Dang. What did you say to my comment? To the, I'm gonna have a lot to listen to? I said you're getting an earful. Not towards you, but just getting an earful in general. Because there's gonna be a lot to talk about. I'm gonna be flippin' ticked. Heckin' ticked. I'm gonna really just wail on it, because I'm just so mad about this guy. He really makes me mad. He makes me flippin' aggravated. This is an hour. I know. I'm trying to get through it.
Said no, he didn't force himself on me. He said he didn't believe it, but he made it very well known why I was there, and if I wasn't useful, then I wouldn't need to be kept any longer, and that he would shoot me.
This is seriously one of the most
He didn't believe in
I could ever imagine.
the R word, but
Not
yet,
only did he do unspeakable
but
things
what
to her
was
without her
that
consent,
then?
but it seems like he somehow managed to convince himself that this was not assault, probably in order to feel less guilty and pathetic, and in turn make Kayla feel even more worthless. Simply unbelievable. And it just goes to show, once again, the mental gymnastics a narcissistic person like Todd would do to believe.
Look at him. He looks psychotic, man. That guy's eyes are like, he really gives off something that doesn't, I don't like his face. I don't like the look of him. I really don't like looking at him. I'm like looking away from him. I'm flipping. He's intimidating to look at.
His victim genuinely
really
wants
is.
to be intimate with him, even though he's literally putting Kayla's life on the line if she doesn't comply. He apparently also told her that Stockholm Syndrome would kick in and she'd be happy with him, and that he planned to build a soundproof room for her to live in long term. Kayla also revealed that Todd liked to brag that he was a serial killer and a mass murderer, and that his dream was to get his body count in the 3 digits since it was supposedly only in the high 2 digits so far. Just listen to these bizarre claims that Todd allegedly boasted about to Kayla.
He said if I was a good girl, he'd teach me how to kill, and I could be his partner.
Oh, she's like, no, I didn't want that.
The government. He said he was a military contractor.
No, he wasn't.
He just couldn't keep standing mad at everybody.
I really don't know where the whole killing people for the government
He
thing
really
comes
said
from,
that.
but I'd guess it was just a fabrication Todd made up just for the sake of attention. So this was the big case that finally put Todd Kohlhepp behind bars. But as authorities continued speaking with him, they would discover that the rabbit hole of Todd's life was far deeper and darker and more evil than they could have ever imagined. First of all, shortly after being taken into custody, Todd would lead police to a site on his property where 2 more corpses were found. Authorities were shocked to unearth Johnny Coxey and his wife, Megan McGraw Coxey, a young couple who had been missing since December 2015. Autopsies revealed that Megan died from a gunshot wound to the head, while her husband received a fatal wound to the torso. To make matters even worse, while it was determined that Johnny had been killed immediately, Megan had been kept alive for 6 days before Todd brutally murdered her on Christmas. Upon further research, it appears Megan and Johnny had just been released from jail shortly before they went missing, and with various sources reporting that they had a history of panhandling and that their baby tested positive for heroin, you kind of get the feeling that Todd specifically preyed upon people he knew were at a bad place in life, and particularly vulnerable. Now, Megan and Johnny may have had problems of their own, but of course when Todd told the story of how they died, he framed it in a way that made him look like the good guy in the situation. Well, sort of. Todd gave investigators this play-by-play in his confession.
You picked them up at Blackstock, and you know what? You picked them up at Blackstock and Regal Road, I think you said, and then...
That's, well...
Okay,
no,
where's
sir.
the start?
I met her there.
Okay.
Got her number. We talked on the phone for a brief moment.
Okay.
Delusional? Yes.
Then I met them later on at that next to Ricky's Hot Dogs, big huge parking lot. They walked across and spoke to me there.
Okay.
I almost thought she was going to hit on me to actually, come on, I shouldn't have known that was in our car. But that's not what I was there for.
I got you.
I'm going to tell you, our meeting looked shady as shit.
I understand. I mean, I got you because you show up with that.
In that parking lot?
Yeah, and her, kind of the way she was. I understand what you're talking about.
basically offered her the job, offered to let
He
him
was
go in
definitely
and
not a chicken.
could work as well. The next day, this was over several days. The next day, she was in the paper, mugshots. I guess you guys had arrested her for meth or some hair, I don't know, something was in her bloodstream, and you took her kids away.
Okay.
I asked her about it, and she informed me that, yeah, she had drug issues, and with that.
Okay.
I still was going to give him a chance. You know, I get happens to people, it's hard. I get it. And I picked him up, and I drove him to my Land of It Kids Supplies, and got him down to my building, and that's when Johnny pulled a knife out, and
what?
You shot.
I shot.
What'd you do with his knife?
Oh no, I don't keep that kind of crap.
You just threw it out?
Yeah, that's right.
What did she do when you shot Johnny? What did she do when Johnny pulled the knife out? What did she say?
Nothing.
So you think she was planning on the planning of this?
I think she entirely wasn't planning of it.
Right.
There was no, oh,
yeah.
Johnny, what are you doing? There was none of that. This was, her actions were, she knew he was doing that. They saw a guy who had a load of money, driving a car they can't afford. They didn't even have a car, and they were going to get something.
So then you shot him how many times?
Shot him twice.
I can't believe it. This is so
She dropped
interesting.
forward.
It's like a
He
train
dropped
wreck. You
forward.
can't look
I
away.
went around him and put another one through his spinal column.
Dang.
Okay, and you shot her.
Not exactly.
Do you believe Todd's version of events? To me,
No.
it seems like he could have easily done the exact same thing to this couple as he did to Kayla and Charles. Just attack them unprovoked in order to keep the female party to himself. Even the way he tells the tale seems like an excuse to humble brag about how much money he has. After all the heartless crimes Todd has committed against innocent people, I just don't know if I can buy this. But it is true that Megan and Johnny had a sketchy record, and it's not too unbelievable that they could have tried something. Either way, I really doubt that Todd was very upset when he got the opportunity to kill.
Oh God.
Next, Todd goes on some
Only
random
difference
tangents
is
about
that
how his
he's
property
got no
and
money
storage
to
container
brag
was never
about.
supposed to be used for such gruesome purposes, which is just a pretty bizarre topic to ruminate on after everything he's done.
The Connex was not meant to be a cage.
Okay.
All that change was after the fact.
Okay.
Connex was designed for my food and my weapons.
And my
and to secure
illegal
my four-wheeler
weapons.
before I had the building built.
Okay.
The back area that's all wood, that wasn't designed for them. That was designed for my stuff.
Okay.
Until last week, there was no ceiling on that.
Okay.
I put that in because she was cold. Kayla was cold.
And Todd just loves talking about all his stuff.
I went down to the Connex, cleaned out the back area, because I had all in there. And at one time, those ammo racks weren't there. The ammo rack was here and here, pistol rifle.
Okay.
You know, I had chain around, there's lots of chain in that building. I use chain for all kinds of shit. There's chain in the woods where I've got trees with come-alongs that are starting to lean towards my fence, and I'll put a chain around it, hook a come-along to it, and start working it this way, and over a period of time, it'll fall away from my fence.
Okay.
So chain and cable and that kind of stuff, I got a lot of.
Okay, let's pause right here. Todd is
Sorry for
obviously
the
very proud of
noise.
all his gear, and he clearly has kidnapping down to a science. But before we go any further with Megan's story, you need to see the backstory to all this equipment. And it's actually probably the most bizarre thing about this entire case, the Amazon reviews. Yep, that's right.
The
When
Amazon
investigators
reviews.
looked into Todd's internet activity, they discovered something absolutely insane. Todd had been buying the tools for his crimes out in the open on Amazon, and he left public reviews where he described exactly what he was using them for. The crazy part is, anybody who read these creepy reviews probably laughed it off as just some dark humor. On a master padlock review, the review read, "Solid locks have 5 on a shipping container, won't stop them, but sure will slow them down till they're too old to care."
Wow.
On a fixed blade, haven't stabbed anyone yet, but I am keeping the dream alive, and when I do, it will be with a quality tool like this. On a master lock, works great. Also, if someone talks back, go old school on them by putting this in a sock and beating them.
Hey, Lactose,
They will not
welcome in.
appreciate the hardened steel like you will. Works great on.
Hope
Looks like
you,
he said shipping container. Keep in car for when you have to hide the bodies, and you left the full-size shovel
Well,
at
now
home.
you can relax.
Does not come with
That's
a
the word I
midget,
wanna
which
look
would have
for.
been nice. Works excellent. Getting the neighbor to stand still while you chase him with it is hard enough without having an easy-to-use chainsaw. It's blacker than my soul and priced right. There was even a review that read, "Now my locks have locks. Place is Hotel California now." Guess Todd was a big fan of that song. What would you have thought if you saw these on Amazon? Would you have been concerned or just brushed it off? Either way, all of Todd's reviews just further demonstrate how smart and funny he fancies himself at.
You know what? I won't lie. Also, hi Lactose. I don't know if you heard me, but hello. Welcome in. Enjoy your stay. We're talking about murder. No, but, can I just say, me personally, okay, if I saw reviews like this, totally not sus Amazon reviews, yeah, if I saw reviews like that, I honestly wouldn't think a lot of it. Not saying that, I wouldn't think it's suspicious, but it would just be like, okay, this guy thinks he's funny. That's it. I wouldn't have thought anything else of it. I really wouldn't have. I'd just be like, okay, he's weird. He thinks he's funny. Just move on. But in this case, looking at it with context, it's like, yeah, that's a bit weird. I'm not sure how to feel about that. But
and how much he wanted to brag about his crimes, even if he had to do it in this roundabout way. But moving forward with Todd's 2015 crime, this next clip is very disturbing and disgusting, as Todd describes how he decided what to do with Megan. It really feels like he views his victims as nothing more than objects which he can dispose of whenever it gets inconvenient for him.
I didn't know what to do with her, man. One side I really wanted to drop her, the next side I really, it's not sound fucked up, I kind of wanted to save her ass.
Let me back up real quick before we go that far, because we were talking about Johnny. Okay. The girl that was with Johnny, did you shoot her?
Not at that time.
Okay, what happened with her?
She panicked, but then I told her to sit down. She sat down. Went ahead and cuffed her, patted her down, told her I wasn't going to hurt her. She calmed down, and I actually took her to the Connex. No, that's not true. I had her lay there for a while. I didn't know what the hell to do with her. I didn't want her in my Connex because I had stuff in there. I didn't know what the hell to do with it. Putting her in with my guns is not a good move.
I understand that.
I actually had to go. For the first time I ever had a little bit of a panic of what the hell do I do with her? Put her here, put her there, drop her, what the hell do I do? Do I call the cops? I got illegal guns. I told her I wasn't going to touch her, wasn't going to hurt her, wasn't anything to her. Just calm the hell down and let me sort this shit out. Somewhere between, I did that, when I shot him, set the back tight in the back, got her to calm down, and kept coming back and forth trying to figure out what to do, but I had her cuffed, and she wouldn't go anywhere. Eventually, I went and, I want to say I left her on that floor for a while. I left her on that floor cuffed. I wouldn't let her, because I didn't know what to do with her. I didn't want her in the building. Got the tractor, got it out of there, picked the body up, and was trying to figure out what the hell to do with it.
This is Johnny's body?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they use Photoshop in the end? Oh my god.
And listen to how much more concerned he is about losing his sanctuary than he is about murdering people.
The land was supposed to be my
sanctuary.
Yeah, not my killing field.
Right.
I understand. Not meant to be my killing field.
I had to fight Photoshop, by the way.
It was supposed to be the place where I go to relax and get away from people and not deal with this. This killing really bothered me because it was such needless. Hell, I was giving him money. Why were you robbing me?
He thinks this violence was all needless and stupid. Pretty ironic considering all the people he's killed out of petty personal grudges. You'll see what I mean soon enough. It's all about what works for Todd. He goes on to nonchalantly describe burying Johnny, saying, "It was a lot more work than you think." Then he wasn't sure what to do with Megan.
Tied her up, left her there, while I tried to figure out what to... I didn't know what to do with it, man. Right. Got rid of Johnny. Came back. Left her there.
Wow.
Went and got food. Fed the girl.
Fed her after she tried to rob you?
Man, what are you going to do with her? I don't want to shoot her.
I understand.
I mean, I can't have some crazy bad woman going back. I mean, she was going bipolar left and right.
She wouldn't calm down.
Oh, God.
Well, she finally calmed down.
Killing's not like Zelda called BS. I do too.
When she was talking to me, and first she had drug issues, right, and then she kept going off the deep end with weird shit, and kept talking, and then she kept telling me that she had manic modes or some sort of bipolar lithium crap. I don't know what the hell it was. Where she was up, down, up, down, up, down.
So she didn't mellow out like Kayla did?
No, not at all. She did finally calm down, but she wasn't upset.
What made you decide to shoot her?
Wow.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
It's clear from the way Todd tells this story, almost with a sort of glee, that he has no remorse. Even here, when the investigator tries to get him to cut to the chase and tell them why he shot Megan, he just said, "I'll get to that." Like this is some juicy drama he's been dying to share. Then he complains about all the stuff he bought for Megan while keeping her captive.
I wasn't going to shoot her.
Okay.
I was going to give her money. I don't know why the hell she went the hell off. I held her. I hate the kidnapping part. I get another one. I held her there for a couple days.
How many days?
5 or 6. Every other damn day, she wanted Little Caesar's pizza. I hate that shit. It'll give me heartburn. Little Caesar's pizza, not Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, cinnamon rolls, and friggin' Newports. If you go down to my building, you'll find an unused package of Newports that I bought for her, and then she went back. She tried to light my damn building on fire. Do you know how?
In the back of what building?
The Connex.
And then this part is just kind of weird. While telling the investigators where they can find the cigarettes he bought Megan in the storage container, he says something extremely weird and unprompted.
Oh, there's a collar in there? That collar was Kayla's.
Neck collar?
Yeah, she had me order it.
She asked you to order it?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I fully believe that he actually bought her this stuff. I really don't. I really don't fully believe that. I think, in all honesty, you know, I think he just gave her whatever he had, and I'm betting you it was leftover pizza and whatever nonsense he had in his fridge. I don't honestly think he treated her to anything. He's trying to make himself look good. That's my main concern here. He's trying to make himself look great. Like, he's like, I gave her everything, you know. I gave her food, I gave her cigarettes, all this stuff. He probably gave her the cigarettes just because. Either that or they were his cigarettes. So it's just like, hi R2, hi. Welcome in R2, nice to see you. But yeah, it was just like, what? No, come on, man. My John is no more. I'm sorry, John.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Didn't use it, because after it came in the mail, I looked at it and went, oh.
Okay.
That's easy for me. It's a stainless steel collar with, like, hooks for putting, like, locks on. I mean, dude, it's like having I don't treat my dogs that way.
Okay, so let me explain the backstory for this one, because it's really strange. And I was very confused at first, too. Todd actually claimed that Kayla had been writing letters to him while she was in captivity, asking for intercourse, with Todd himself even telling a reporter, "I'm not saying she's not a victim. She's not the victim she portrays. I mean, it turned into 50 Shades of Grey with bodies."
No.
So I guess that's where this supposed collar comes in.
Because you made this comment to me, sorry to interrupt, but you made this comment to me, and I believe you. You didn't do it. And I believe you. And I talked to the solicitor about that. And I told him what you told me. I said, he's made the comment to me, solicitor, he'll plead to everything. But he's not pleading to because he didn't do it. I said, he told me that he's admitted to everything he's done. He's willing to take the responsibility for it, but he will not take responsibility for the kidnapping. I said, but he will not take responsibility for it because he did not her. That anytime they had sex, it was consensual. She had the choice, and she actually initiated it at times. And he said, okay. I said, so we're going to need to re-interview her, and we're setting that up. We're going to do that this week. I told him, I said, I gave him my word that we would re-interview him, and I want
back to the dog
to
for this
re-interview
case?
her.
Okay.
Because I think it needs to be done.
She had me get her vibrator, the TV, the DVD player, the MP3 player, the coloring books.
Coloring books?
Adult coloring books.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real. I think he literally just gave her whatever he had. He's like, here's some coloring books, here's an old TV, you know, knock yourself out. Just don't make too much noise or I'm gonna, you know, do some things to you that's not appropriate. Stopped acting freaky. Oh, awesome. Good, good, good. Well, welcome back in. I hate this man. I absolutely hate him too. I hate him with every fiber of my being. But this guy is sitting here like, I gave her everything she wanted. No, you didn't, dude. You just gave her whatever you had. You're like, here's some books. Here's a coloring book. Here's a TV. Good luck. And then left her in there. Like, dude, don't say you gave her whatever she wanted when you locked her in a gosh darn box for days. And then try to act like you're the good guy here. You are not. You're not the good guy. You forced her into these things. I don't even want to hear it. Nintendo, don't hire this man. Don't hire this man, Nintendo.
Dude, I didn't question. It got her to shut up. It got her to roll over.
That led me to something else. You said the satanic book?
Yeah, what the hell, man?
I've never... Let me ask you this. The mattress is up against the wall. And we did that, looking to see if there were any weapons in there.
There was a bag.
Yeah, did you ever spend the night there with her in the bed? Like stay the night, you and her in the bed, overnight?
Never stayed the night.
Okay.
Of course not.
We spent one time on the bed. She
Why
wanted the comforter thing on the floor.
Totally wouldn't do that.
That was her idea. That was her submissive kitty bed. Her kitty bed.
Shut the freak.
Man, her in.
Shut the freak up. Shut up. You flipping. Oh my God. No. Don't even say flipping kitty bed. What? No. No. Give her a crayon and call it a day. Exactly. What the freak is... Hold on. We gotta turn on the angry... Gotta put back the angry eyebrows. How? Who the freak does he think he is? He's sitting over here... I can't believe this. That is just disgusting. Disgusting and vile. What a vile human being. Absolutely disgusting, dude. Very disgusting, dude. I am appalled. I am absolutely appalled. I cannot believe this guy. I really cannot. I'm just floored. Absolutely floored. I'm just so mad about that. I'm sorry. Anyway, apologies. I'll go back to whatever I'm doing here.
Also, I put the collar thing on her. And
yeah, they found me. They were like, what? They thought it was for a dog, you know.
Well, now the cage that was up there that's in pieces, that I built, and it was originally meant for my dogs.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the collar, the metal collar thing you told me about.
That I ordered off of one of the websites delivered, and I got it because she requested that as opposed to me putting the chain around. And I got that and went, I went, that ain't going on nobody. But she wanted that, and then the kitty bed, and she wanted this whole thing of explaining to me that I had to give her permission to speak to me, give her permission to look at me. Dude, I don't do all that control. You know, I'm like,
this is worse than the last one. It really is.
Never had to deal with any of that crap. Yeah, it was just, I don't know, she had all this stuff, she kept asking for this kind of stuff, I got it, and she wanted, it's a big black book, about that deep, like $23 that damn book, and it's the Enchanted Sorcery, it's the how-to guide to be a witch. Dude, I just figured she'd read the damn book and shut up for a while. Kayla.
This guy is flipping disgusting. He's absolutely disgusting. I don't think, I'm gonna tell you now, I don't think for a minute, I really doubt the whole way, I doubt that he did any of that. I want to hear it from Kayla herself, and not just, you know, yeah, exactly. He has this whole complex, like, you know, she should be grateful that he gave her like a flipping box of crayons and a coloring book. Like, what? Tomorrow, so I can mentally prepare myself. This one. This case. Kayla before has asked me to beat up people for her. I really doubt that. I want to hear that from the victim herself and not from flipping this Peter Griffin knockoff, okay? I'm sick of it.
Has before
God.
asked me to beat up people for her or use my resources, which she thinks my resources are go get someone killed.
Really?
Yeah. With people that she doesn't like.
Have you do or have you hired somebody to do it?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Okay.
Matter of fact, read my Facebook, it may be on there.
Really?
Yes.
What?
How long ago was this?
Well, I blocked her after all this so that it wouldn't know, because I mean, literally.
Well, we have her Facebook page.
Then you have it.
Okay.
It'll take you forever a damn day to go through it.
Okay.
But go back to the messages.
Really?
In her phone messages. She supposedly had money in her car, and the guy took her money, but that's bull. And then she wanted me to either use my resources to either have him killed, or beat up. I believe he was beat up, but she wanted me to use my resources to have him off or go do it. Kayla uses that thing between her legs to get dumbasses to go do
the freak
stupid.
up.
And that's what I'm trying to say. That she's going to use that.
You gosh darn.
So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that out of respect for the victim.
Thank
but I
you.
haven't seen any of those letters or anything to suggest
God.
Kayla was there consensually. What I will say is that even if such letters existed, who's to say that Kayla wasn't just appealing to Todd's ego to stay in his good graces and save her own life? After all, she herself has stated, I realized it was easier if he thought things were going his way, so I made him think whatever I had to. Plus, Todd had reportedly warned Kayla that there was a woman who he'd kidnapped before her who hadn't been so lucky to make it out with her life, which brings us back to Megan. Unsurprisingly, Todd said a gross and totally unnecessary sexual remark about Megan, too, during his confession.
Told her basically that if she would just chill the hell out. You don't know me. You don't know very much about me.
Peter Griffin.
You don't have, and last time I could check from what was online, she had a warrant when they were looking for her ass.
Wait, I'm not understanding all this. So this guy, let's be real here. This guy has some anger issues. He thinks so highly of himself. He's got a lot of problems. So he kidnapped, well, not kidnapped. He somehow got this one couple to come to his property for this job, quote unquote. In reality, he lured him in and killed the boyfriend and kept the girlfriend in a storage container. So this is not the first time that he's lured a couple in and killed them. This is also not the first time that he's killed somebody in general. He's got a history of some, you know, what do you call it? He's got a history of criminal activity. That's the best way I can put it. And the reason why I'm very angry right now is that he's saying all this stuff about the victim, the survivor of the whole thing, which is Kayla. And he's sitting here as if she owes him everything because he gave her like a flipping coloring book and crayons. And the reason why I said he was a knockoff Peter Griffin's because he acts like a flipping Peter Griffin. But the way what he's saying it is not true. It cannot be true. There's no way that the victim was acting like this. It just doesn't seem right. So and just know he's being interrogated at this time. But arrested by Joe for multiple counts of murder and kidnapping. But yeah, he's being interrogated at this time. Currently, he's just lying. He's lying really hard about all this. Like, I don't even think the guy's talked about the whole, like, what he's done. The whole, like, what, 20 minutes that we've been watching this? He's been talking about how much, like stuff he's gotten her. Like literally a book on like witchcraft. Like what the freak? Why would she want to read a book on witchcraft when she's stuck in a storage container? I can't.
I'll give you what, $4,000. I'll drive you up to Dayton, Tennessee. I'll drop your ass off somewhere. If you got any common sense on this planet, you'll go left and I'll go right.
What she said?
Oh, she got so excited I got my sucked.
She did?
Shut the freak up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it wasn't bad.
No, okay. I can't watch
And to hear
that
him talk
no
so
more.
proudly about these things, it's like he thinks the investigators are his buddies, which just shows how large his ego truly is. He goes on to say that he thought his plan to set Megan free would work since she didn't really know who he was, and because of her sketchy background, she probably wouldn't want to go to law enforcement for help. But somewhere along the line, Todd changed his mind.
So with Megan, you made her the offer of the $4,000. Keep your mouth shut. I'll take you to Tennessee.
I think it was
Drop you off and leave you. You go one way, I'll go the other way.
Totally.
What made that change? What happened?
What do you mean, what made that change?
Well, she ended up dead.
Oh, you mean what were proceeded?
Yeah.
Yeah, flipping, come on, man. Get with the point.
I wanted to get rid of her. The weather went.
Mm-hmm.
We were having sleet. It was right before Christmas, man. We were having sleet. We were having
It was
rain.
on Christmas.
The weather went to shit.
Okay.
And I still had to find a way to get away from Ashley, my girlfriend, long enough to get up out of work, get this person to Tennessee, drop her off, and get home. That's not just a couple-hour trip.
No.
And if I'm dropping her, it ain't gonna be at the border.
Just want to know,
I want her way
his information is in the description if you guys are wanting to look into
She was happy as hell for like 2 days.
Okay.
She was happy as hell. I just couldn't get past the weather.
Okay.
The last day, I went over there, opened the Connex up. She burned half the freaking building. She took my ammo racks and grabbed them and did this. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not for such a little. Damn.
So then what happened?
Well, there was ammo everywhere and stuff everywhere, and she broke the fan. I got her a fan. She broke the fan. Prime, man, you just can't beat that. They're 2-day shipping. There's a fan there now, but it came as a 2-pack. I had her those to get air ventilation. I got lanterns for her so she had light. I did the best I could to make it somewhat livable. Got her blankets, got her pillows. She lit the damn thing on fire. I'm
There's a
surprised she
reason.
didn't asphyxiate.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm surprised she didn't. When I walked in the building, I was choking.
These guys are standing.
Went to get her out,
Oh,
and
this
then all of a
dude
sudden,
will
it's
shut
like
the
I
frick
had
up.
a caged animal on my hands. I don't know what the hell. She went from I'm so freaking happy in the world to be I'm going to go to Tennessee with money and I'm going to restart my life and thank you, to bad crazy. At that point, I tried to walk her out of the building. I just had enough. I walked outside. I was trying to calm down, trying to figure out what the hell to do with her, what to do with her. I didn't know. I came back in the building. She was going nuts. It wasn't like she was emotional about the situation. This has been days. It wasn't emotional about that. It was just like serious chemical imbalance. And she walked outside. I walked her outside. And when I walked her outside, I put a 40 in the back of her head.
What gun did you shoot her with?
Same one.
Wow.
That you shot
Johnny
with? And that's a Glock?
And that's the same one you shot
Charlie.
It's not my favorite gun.
It's a handy gun.
A handy one. It's very effective, especially if you shoot 180 grains.
And sadly, that's how things ended for Megan.
Wow.
Todd's temper got out of control, and just like that, Mr. Nice Guy was no more. Later on, a former co-worker of Megan actually revealed that the victim had met Todd while working at her Waffle House job. And when authorities started digging deeper, they were told that Todd would act so creepy at the restaurant, inviting waitresses to his home and leaving large tips in a bid to get their attention. That a male cook actually started taking Todd's orders whenever he'd come in, just to keep the waitresses safe and more comfortable. Another detail concerning Todd's romantic life that will send a shiver down your spine.
So he's just trying to lie so he doesn't go to jail. Little Moron thinks he can get away from it. With some cheap crayons and a coloring book and thinks he can get away with it. Yeah, really. Well, they already have a lot of evidence against him. Even the fact that they literally found the girl on his property in a storage container. So they literally have all this evidence, not to mention all the dead bodies in his on his property. So he's got a lot of evidence against him, like a lot. It's bad. It's really bad. He's trying to make himself look good at this point. Like, just trying to make himself the victim so they don't send him to jail any longer than he needs to be. But the buddy's lucky if he gets a little life sentence, you know? Like,
Is something
really.
Kayla revealed when rescued. So apparently Todd had an ongoing relationship with a woman named Holly for about 10 years. Sources say it was an affair and that she was actually the person who paid for the storage container Kayla was trapped in.
Wow.
But Holly never suspected that her lover was hiding a gruesome second life from her, saying only that he gave her a lot of attention and made her feel very important. However, when Holly found out about Kayla's kidnapping and watched the footage of her being transported to the hospital, she was left speechless at this line.
Some girl named Holly, he's supposedly planning to kill her.
Who knows how many more victims could have fallen prey to Todd if authorities hadn't stepped in to stop him. Even Kayla could have been days or hours away from becoming another voiceless victim of Todd's unpredictable wrath.
Wow.
But you know, all these stories of how creepy Todd was while also simultaneously being a respected businessman in the area really caught my attention.
Wow.
But to understand how this masked monster was made, I had to take a look back at his early years, and although the unspeakable things he did even back then left me at a loss for words, it all led up to his most brutal crime of all, a quadruple homicide, one that plagued and puzzled the community for 13 years, and wasn't solved until Todd proudly confessed to police during his interrogation. We'll be going over that infuriating footage next, but first you really need to understand the absolute disaster that was Todd's childhood. Todd was born in Florida in 1971, but raised in South Carolina and Georgia. He didn't have the most normal childhood, as his parents' marriage was crumbling, and they were divorced when he was still a baby. Growing up, Todd reportedly loathed his stepfather and wanted to live with his biological dad, despite having seemingly no contact with him for about 8 years. And because of these unfortunate circumstances, or maybe something that had always been broken within him, Todd started to behave in very concerning ways early on. He was violent towards other children and showed signs of severe emotional and mental instability. He would destroy classmates' property at school and was actually sent to a mental facility at the age of 9 due to his sudden explosions of anger. Throughout this counseling, Todd was described as being preoccupied with sexual content at a disturbingly young age. If you're a true crime fan, then this won't be surprising to you at all, but Todd was also known to be extremely cruel to animals as a child, often a telltale sign of a psychopath. Not only did he heartlessly shoot a dog with a BB gun, but he also killed a goldfish with Clorox bleach because he wanted a gerbil instead. He even locked another young boy in a dog crate and rolled the cage while laughing until the child was in tears and begging him to stop. Todd's father would later lament that the only emotion his son was capable of was anger. His mother must have been well aware of this as well, because she later described locking him in his room at night and placing locks on her own bedroom door just in case he decided to try anything. She also said he stabbed a little girl on the school bus in the leg with scissors to get back at her, destroyed a bunch of new furniture his mother bought him with a hammer, and even threatened to kill her. Still in 1983, Todd got his wish of reuniting with his biological father after purportedly threatening to kill himself otherwise. But this ended up being just another bad influence on Todd, as the man apparently taught the boy how to blow things up. But despite bonding over shared interests, living with his father didn't play out like Todd had dreamed it would. The man's frequent absence due to his many girlfriends left Todd thinking it would be better to return to his mother. But at this point, she made excuses to prevent this. This clip from Todd's police interview shed some light on his rocky relationship with his father.
My dad took me to office parks while he would still have to get his hands on, and then want me to help him load truck and deal with his nonsense, and then would tell me that if I got into a fight, if I didn't win, you're not my son, don't come home. But then if I get into a fight, I whoop the kid's ass, I went too far, I'm getting my ass whooped because I went too far.
Also in his 2016 interrogation, Todd spoke on a shocking incident he got into around this same time of his teenage years.
You had mentioned to your mom, and that when we had talked at the jail, that there were others, and you told your mom she didn't have enough hands.
I had some altercations in Arizona.
Okay.
I don't remember all the details. I had a friend of mine that got shot coming out of a alleyway.
Okay.
I found the guy later on.
Who was your friend that got shot?
Michael something. I was a kid, I don't remember. Michael something.
Do you remember the guy that you shot?
I never knew his name.
You never knew his name?
He drove a Nova, a gray Nova.
What year was that, you think? Well, how old were you?
14.
You were 14 at the time.
Oh boy.
Okay.
My understanding is there was some kid who wanted to be in a gang and was doing his initiation.
And his initiation was to shoot your friend?
We were just two kids coming out of an alley. We weren't part of nothing. We were part of nothing.
That was his initiation?
All right.
Wow.
And so, in October 1986, Todd was still in Arizona living with his dad when his violent tendencies would extend to a new extreme. He was only 15 years old, but he managed to lure a 14-year-old neighbor girl whom he had a crush on out of her home by saying her boyfriend wanted to speak to her. Then he held a gun to her head, brought her home, tied her hands with rope, taped her mouth shut, and sexually assaulted her. After this, he walked her home and threatened her not to tell anyone what had just happened, or else he would kill her little brother and sister.
That's
Luckily,
awful,
somebody
though.
ultimately did call the police,
What a bad
and when
father.
Todd was
Yeah,
apprehended,
he really was.
the first thing he had to say was, "How much time am I going to get for this?" And get this, Todd explained that his motive for the disgusting crime had been because he was mad at his father, who was out of town and wanted to rebel. At this time, he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Okay, now I want to take a brief moment to touch on Todd's late mother, because some of the things she said about her son's behavior are a bit odd to me. Before he was sentenced for this crime, she wrote to an adult probation officer pleading for leniency on Todd. According to Greenville News, she claimed that the incident had brought her and her son closer together, as he wrote her frequently while in jail, musing, "You know, it's strange, maybe a little good does come from some bad." She also wrote, "They don't stop to think that he even walked the girl home. Does that sound like a dangerous criminal? He even walked the girl home." While she may have had decent intentions, I just feel like a statement like this would be a slap in the face to the teenage victim and her family.
Yeah,
Ultimately,
really.
it was recommended that Todd be tried as an adult, with one neighbor even describing him as a devil on a chain.
Oh
And here's
my
what I find
God.
really interesting. When evaluated, Todd was found to show deep emotional disturbance, but not psychosis. This would seem to suggest that Todd was not, in fact, out of touch with reality, which makes his
Ooh.
detached behavior that much more chilling. Overall, the psychiatrist determined that Todd had an inflated ego and was extremely rebellious towards authority, someone who generally feels like he should be in control. And there's one other key element that might play an underlying role in all of these big ideas Todd holds about himself: his IQ. When tested, Todd was found to have an above-average IQ of 118, although interestingly, his high school teacher reported poor academic performance. It seems to me like Todd just felt like he was better than everyone, above the rest of the crowd, and rather than apply his intelligence towards positive goals, he used it to manipulate people and orchestrate heinous crimes. In this case, even the juvenile probation officer would end up recommending adult incarceration, as they did not think Todd's deep-seated issues could be solved easily, and Todd agreed to plead guilty to kidnapping in exchange for the sexual assault charges to be dropped. If that's infuriating to you, you're not alone, as one probation officer went so far as to say this was a travesty of justice. Another
It
official
really
declared that
was.
Todd had little to no conscience and presented the greatest risk to the community. It appeared that Todd believed the world owed him something. Very few held hope that he could be rehabilitated. Well, as much as we can wish someone had locked Todd up for longer so he couldn't hurt anyone else, that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, he only received a 15-year sentence, and when he got out at 30 years old, he moved back to South Carolina and was placed on the sex offender registry. Interestingly, while on contract for a sports apparel company. Todd went on to get another degree in business administration marketing, and in 2006 he applied to receive a real estate license. But there was one little problem.
Can I just say, this man got, degree after degree, a big position, like as a realtor firm. He went and did like a graphic design job. Like, he had all this stuff going on. This dude had it all, and they did not check him for anything. They didn't check for any felonies. They didn't background check anything for him at all. He literally got this really great job. He ended up getting his own own business. The dude had everything, and no one checked. No one did background checks, nothing. Now I'm glad that I have good parents. Yeah, really. But yeah, no one checked anything. He literally just walked around scot-free. No one did anything to make sure that this guy was not absolutely just flipping crazy. Like, I hate to use that language, I apologize, but like, you know what I mean. Like, they didn't check to make sure he had, you know, like he had any past, you know, problems in the past. Like, they literally just went, okay, yep, no felonies, cool, great, you're hired. It's like, gosh darn you.
Applicants were required to explain any history of criminal convictions in order to obtain the license. However, Todd had a clever plan. There was no background check in place, and so when Todd explained the felony on his record, he twisted things to sound way better for him than the reality. He painted it as a petty argument between his teenage self and his girlfriend, saying they broke up, and then her dog got loose, and then when they were looking for it, the girl's parents got worried and called police. He said the only reason he had a gun was due to concerns over gangs in the Phoenix area, and that the kidnapping charge was due to him telling her not to move while they talked this out. So, yeah, just a complete lie, but a very deliberate one which fit all the parameters that would reasonably explain his charges without revealing the awful, ugly crime he actually committed. Well, this fabrication worked out for Todd, and after getting his bearings in the real estate scene, he even started his own business called TKA Real Estate, which employed about a dozen agents. His career was booming, and on the surface, he seemed like a pretty charismatic, hardworking guy to those around him.
You know what, though? I apologize for pausing so much. But you know what? He could have just left it under the rug, pretending like nothing happened, and just kept doing his thing. He had this big, you know, firm and everything. He literally had everything he needed to live a happy, normal life. And this guy just like, nah, I want to go keep killing people and just let out my rage on everybody because everybody else should, you know, everybody should deal with my rage because obviously that's the thing to do. Like, no, man, you could have just lived your life. Just lived your life, man. Just looked away from the past and kept moving. But you just decided to carry that like a gosh darn nasty little wart on your face. And it sucks. It sucks so bad. God. Just
But
come
still,
on.
his darker side leaked through the cracks at times, and people soon started to take notice. Co-workers were very uncomfortable with how he would casually watch inappropriate adult videos at work for hours, and some women felt uneasy at the sexual innuendos he made to them. He even made a distasteful joke on his firm's website that he motivated workers by not feeding them. Apparently, he was very open about his status as a sex offender, but would claim the charges stemmed from a girl's dad getting mad and overreacting after the teens took a joyride together. Again, very far from the truth. But all the same, Todd had glowing reviews, was described by many associates as very personable, and even got recognized as the top-selling rookie agent in his region at one point. All in all, his strange habits and unusual quirks were chalked up to, well, just that. So it wouldn't be until his 2016 confession that authorities would find out a brutal and high-profile quadruple homicide that they'd been struggling to solve since 2003 had been all Todd's doing.
Now, what I want you to do is tell me from the very beginning about Superbikes.
It was a warm afternoon in November 2003, Spartanburg County, when an unsuspecting customer walked into the store, Superbike Motorsports, only to be faced with a horrifyingly gruesome scene. All the employees staffing the shop had been shot to death. Terrified, the customer quickly called the police, who hurried over to inspect the bloodbath.
Okay, what's the problem? Apparently everybody's been shot up here. Everybody's laying down in a pool of blood. His mama's been shot, the mechanic's been shot, and the owner.
The victims were quickly identified as the shop's owner, his mother, and 2 young workers. But as much as their devastated loved ones grieved and hoped for justice, the killer behind such an audacious and reckless shooting somehow managed to slip through the cracks. And as years went by and authorities racked their brains fruitlessly for answers, going down a few dead ends in the process, they had no idea that the real monster behind this notorious unsolved crime was hiding right under their noses the whole time, as a respected member of the community. And so, in this 2016 interrogation, they're finding out the full extent of what really happened that dark day at the motor shop. And the real motive was probably the last thing they ever expected.
So, go ahead, you bought the bike.
Bought the bike. Tried to ride it, didn't work either way. Key points. Had it 14 days, and it got stolen from the front of the apartment complex.
Right.
You went back to them?
Before it got stolen, I had gone back to them a few days prior to it being stolen and told them that I was having a hard time riding it, and I was not so sure I had made a wise decision.
And you went back to them because you
were inexperienced, and what else did you say?
I thought it was a bad decision. I was trying to see if I could possibly trade it in for a smaller bike or something of that nature. Maybe I didn't know how to ride it. Please understand this has been many, many years. They proceeded to give me more on the rude side about my inability to ride that kind of bike. No one ever taught me. So, I mean, I know how to operate the clutch. And the possibility that we buy it sometime with a trailer, and maybe I'd make up my mind. They had dropped it off at the apartment, so they knew exactly where it was stored because the guy brought it over to me.
Tell me again, when was this man arrested? 2016?
Because they had dropped it off there.
2016, I think.
Okay.
2-3 days later, it came up missing.
May have been later.
There was a police report. As far as I know, they never found the bike.
It's pretty obvious that Todd's anger stems from him being miffed at what he saw as the employees looking down on him. And for some reason, that seems to be the one thing Todd just can't tolerate. Watch here as he even gets sidetracked to complain about the police not taking him seriously when he reported the motorcycle theft.
You said I made a police report?
I did. Actually, the law enforcement officer made fun of me. He informed me that that's a shame it got stolen before I got a chance to write you a ticket. That was the one time I didn't like you guys.
He's got his bike stolen. He came to the police like, "Officer, my bike's been stolen, even though I don't have a license and don't know how to flipping drive it." "Oh man, that's a shame. Well, we'll write a report. Good thing it got stolen before I could give you a ticket for it." Like, he's just trying to make a light conversation, you know, and at least, you know, give a hint to like, dude, you should have really got your license. Because at this point, you know, you're not looking good. Like, God's sake. Are you serious, man? Come on. Really? He had no license, didn't know how to drive it, and he's getting all mad because people were like, "Well, why'd you get a bike if you don't know how to drive it?" Oh my God, he's a mess. Anyway.
Todd says a little while after that incident cooled down, he was once again making visits to the motorcycle shop.
Got to Jonesing again for a motorcycle and started going back to the shop. During one of my times over there, sitting on one of the, I believe it was the manager, the owner's friend. The guy was a bit of an asshole. I was looking at the bikes and trying to let the earlier part go, and the manager started making some comments about the last one being stolen. And he said something about mine was on its way to Florida. I have no idea it was in Florida or why he said that. When he said it was obviously he was not talking about the time when I asked about possibly selling it. It was implied that we took your shit. I let it slide for the time being, got mad about it, kept going out there. Why I kept going to the same bike place, I don't really know. But I'd go out there.
That tells me it's already on its way back to Florida. That tells me it got repoed. It got repossessed. He wasn't making payments on the bike. So he got that bike, he quote unquote bought that bike, but he didn't actually pay for it. He got the bike but didn't pay anything. Good job, you get good grades, 100% deserve it. Yep, yeah, exactly. But yeah, he bought the bike, but in reality it got repossessed and he got mad because they repossessed it from him. That's what it is. I bet you 100%. This guy's got quite the money. He likes to show off that he has money. But all of a sudden this bike has gone missing and they said it's going back to Florida. Tells me he got repoed. They took that bike because he wasn't making payments. And the dots are starting to connect here. I'm seeing a little bit of a pattern. Now I'm seeing what the real story is. What really happened. Here's my theory. Okay, theory. True crime theory. It's not as, it doesn't have a ring to it like game theory, but you know what I mean. This guy bought this bike, right? Don't know why. He just bought the bike, didn't have a license, didn't know how to drive it. And he wasn't making payments on it like he was supposed to. They repoed the bike, sent it back. He's doing a terrible job at lying even. Yes, he is. He got the bike taken from him, so it got repossessed. They sent it back to Florida. He comes into the store like at least every week saying like, hey, where's my, I want my bike back. I'm willing to pay, just give me my bike back or whatever. Something like along those lines. One of those people that are like, hey, I should have my bike back. How dare you take it and stuff like that. He's getting heated. Does this every week until the very moment when he goes to murder the group, unfortunately. I'm guessing when it got to the last moment, somebody must have set him off. He was probably very mad that day because they repoed his bike. He wasn't paying on any of it. So he got real ticked off. They said, look, man, it's already in Florida. You're not getting it back. Sorry, it's not happening. We're not selling you another bike. Got mad, took out a gun, shot. Bam, 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 bam. Dead. Gone. And all of a sudden, now he turns around and he's saying, oh, well, the bike went missing. No, your bike got repoed, and you got mad because you felt like you had rights to that bike, even though you did not pay for it. You see what I mean? That didn't add up at all. So he's horrible at lying. I'm gonna just be real here. He's awful at it. He brags about himself so much that it's very clear he's lying about it. But anyway, that's my theory. I think it got repoed. He got mad after a while because they didn't give him his bike back, and he killed them because of a repoed bike.
Sit on the bikes and listening to these two, the owner and the manager, basically talk trash.
I find this part so intriguing because even Todd himself admits he doesn't know why he would keep going back to the bike shop if the employees' attitudes bothered him so much. Part of me feels like he just wanted a reason to get more and more agitated, so he'd feel justified in what he was about to do. To the workers, Todd was just some weird customer who kept coming in and acting strange, but they never could have predicted the absolutely evil plan that was simmering just below the surface.
Bought a Bird 92 FS.
Oh, I'm good at lying. Totally.
92.
Totally 100% good.
FS.
9mm. At the time, those only had 10 round mags because they still had the limitation, and the aftermarket Pro Mags were god awful.
So how many? So you had a 10 round magazine?
Yes, sir. 3 of them.
3 10 round magazines?
Mm-hmm. Although I've got quite a few of those Kydex.
Mm-hmm.
They work very well. Bravo Concealment.
Mm-hmm.
Highly recommend them.
He gives a long-winded explanation about suppressors.
This man sure does love talking about guns, specifically to the police who are interrogating him. Ah, man, you gotta see this gun. This gun does great things. It holds this much and it does this much. It's got a little bit of a limit to it. And okay, yeah, that sounds great, man. That's gonna go right into the evidence. This guy knows how to deal with guns. What the freak?
A suppressor would shoot on a semi-automatic. Requires a Nielsen device, also known as a RAD, recoil assist, if you have a movable barrel.
Okay.
Otherwise, you have to use a spacer and lock it.
So you're having probably suppressor.
Still talking
You're
about
understanding it, and you're just going, okay.
Yeah.
And then declares that he made his own.
Dependability surpasses everything else.
Okay.
Years later, I actually learned how to make it myself, and actually mine is coming to metal.
Then what happened?
It's almost funny how the investigators just cut Todd off whenever he starts to ramble about his accomplishments. I feel like a big motivator for Todd was getting the recognition he felt he deserved. So these utter dismissals during his big moment to tell his story probably feel like a big letdown. Anyways, here's where Todd finally tells the methodical timeline from the day of the crime.
I left college, left my class.
Okay.
Drove to Bowling Springs, put the shoulder holster on.
They're probably like, oh my god, this dude
lot.
doesn't shut up.
I'm not gonna learn that at school. Got there, not everybody was there. Went and
He sure does love to
sat on a
talk.
few bikes, did my usual, and doing my best to make sure that the paying customers were not there. collateral damage is not cool.
Todd really harps on the point that he didn't want to kill paying customers, which seems to be his way of painting himself as a sort of anti-hero, like he really seems to relish in viewing himself through this lens.
You said you were waiting on what?
This was during the time, as you know, that it was not busy.
Oh God, oh God 2. Oh God 3, The Reckoning.
When I would have a lot of people in there. Did not want to shoot up people. Kind of funny. Kaylee put on her paperwork when she was writing stuff out to me that she found a killer with a conscience and a kidnapper with morals. Whatever the hell that meant.
You remember that?
Yeah.
So you said I did not.
After she said, I spent a lot of time thinking, going, wow, kind of, okay.
So as Todd waited for who he judged as innocent people to leave, he was also waiting for one of the employees who he felt wronged him to show up. Once he was alone with the workers, Todd says he asked to buy a bike so that the mechanic would take it back to prep it. And then he says one of the most outrageous things the police had probably ever heard.
That was one big building. Yeah. I cleared it in under 30 seconds.
You what now?
I cleared that building in under 30 seconds. You guys would have been proud.
You guys. Just no wonder this is an hour long. Yeah, really, the guy don't stop talking. You guys would have been proud. I cleared it in under 30 seconds. I'm sorry, what? Buddy. Clearing a race in under 30 seconds, yes. Clearing a plate full of hot dogs, sure. Doing any activity that would be considered normal, sure. Heck, even reading a book in under 30 seconds would be flipping impressive. But killing 4 people in a shop because they wronged you is not impressive. That's not, no, you should not be proud of that. That's awful. That is flipping heinous. I hope you flipping, oh, he wouldn't even feel bad for it. He'd be like, yeah, I did that. Flipping F off, man. Come on.
The interrogators brush off his comment and his story continues. He says he first went to the back where the mechanic was prepping a bike.
Okay.
Walked up, pulled out the Beretta, put the safety off, shot the mechanic twice.
Wow.
Downward angle. He was beneath me. He was down, crouched down on this side of the bike. Bike was here. I'm on this side.
Man.
So I had to lean over the bike, and I believe it was two shots.
Airing out the room is an
Here he
accomplishment.
brags about
Exactly.
how good his shots were.
I got him in two lung shots. Okay. I got each lung.
You got him in 2 long shots?
Yes, sir. If you can get up from that, I'm impressed.
Then, unprompted, he offers up the reason why authorities weren't able to find fingerprints in order to brag once again.
Wow.
The reason why you didn't get any fingerprints is on the door, I used my knuckles instead of my hand to open the door. And the reason you have no prints on any shell casings is I wear 2 pairs of gloves when loading every firearm, even in practice.
Okay.
Even my practice ammo doesn't get fingerprints. That's why I don't have to worry about picking up shell casings. If you wear 1 pair, you can still have a lane print because of the acids in your finger. In regard to that, when they touch, if you have that, if you had any chemicals on the outside of that, whether you would touch first before you touch it, it can put a print on it even though you had gloves. If you wear a glove on top of a glove, it causes friction between the 2 of them and negates that.
So when you're talking about gloves, you're talking about latex gloves?
Yes, sir. But if you wear 2 pairs, not 1, 1 pair won't work.
So you use 2 pair of gloves?
Yes, sir.
Latex gloves.
After that, Todd went to find the other victims.
Okay. At that time, all 3, manager, owner, and mom, they had heard the gunshots in the back and were coming this way to figure out what had happened. All of a sudden, I had 3 people in front of me. Mom was the closest, and I shot her 2 to 3 times in the chest. Not my best work. Her pattern was horrible.
So, beings, behave please. So, he shot the mother in front of those people. Like, mind you, the son had to have been there, right? Or was the son the mechanic? I really can't remember much. But she had to have been killed in front of, you know, these people that she's worked with. Like, it's pretty much her work family, and one of them is her personal family. Like, it's very concerning.
I was actually surprised.
I hope he drops the soap, whatever that means. John, I don't think you want to know what that means,
Not my
man.
best work. The pattern was horrible. You can truly see Todd's narcissistic side coming out in these words especially. The whole thing was just like a game to him, and he really wants these officers to be impressed.
She fell. The son and manager, the owner and the manager ran for the door. At that range, they should have ran to me, not away. They were way too close. When I came around that door, it was boom, 3 people right there.
Okay, so then what happened? They ran to
Welcome
the door.
back, John.
They ran to the door.
Thanks, behave, please. Behave.
In the process of that, I topped a few rounds, popped one. I don't know which one was which.
In
the process. Of them
running. I popped.
You can almost see Todd's impatience here. He really wants to tell his story. It's like this confession is the performance of his lifetime, and he doesn't look too happy to get interrupted. Luckily, anytime he tries to go off on a tangent, the investigators pretty much ignore it and bring him back to the straight facts of the case.
Like, really?
Then proceeded to go, did a reload while this guy was still running. This guy, when I hit him, he crumpled into the doorway.
Okay.
When I did my reload, before this guy got out, I put 2 in him and he actually fell outside. That was a very fast reload.
Todd says he might have put an extra round in the guy who fell by the door as he walked over him, but he's not sure. And then he says something so chilling and insensitive, I almost couldn't believe my ears.
At any point did anybody, there was nobody else. Okay, there was nobody else, but did anybody, as they were falling, did they look at you? Did they face you? Did they say anything to you? Was there any conversation, don't, please, whatever, with any of this? I don't remember hearing any of that. I will tell you that once I was engaged.
Wow.
So it's like, at that point, it's almost like a video game. It's not a game, but it's almost like you're focused on, you've been there, sir. You don't know.
Absolutely insane. I can't imagine what must have been going through the detectives' heads at this point. Todd says he then walked around and put one last round in each victim's forehead, got in his car, and drove home. He took the gun apart, put its parts into parts of his trash and even cat litter, and then disposed of that evidence in the dumpster.
If it hadn't been so long, you guys could have actually pulled records and actually gone and figure out where they put it, but at this point, it's kind of a moot point.
When the detectives go on to clarify some points, Todd just finds every opportunity to make it about himself.
Moving targets, multiple moving targets. I don't think I missed. If I did, it wasn't more than once.
Okay.
But it's not an easy shot when you got 2 moving targets running fast as they can. I may shoot somebody as one thing,
right?
But I'm not a pistol whipping and beating somebody is not my thing.
He even makes a point to say he wasn't initially planning on shooting the mom, like that gives him some sort of brownie points or something.
It doesn't.
I was not meaning to hit the mom.
You actually what?
I was not meaning to hit the mom. I prefer not to shoot women if I can.
Right.
I refuse to shoot a kid.
But then, Todd's dark sense of humor comes through every now and then to remind us how he really feels about his actions.
I still got the t-shirt.
They give you a t-shirt?
They did. I can't bet. I'm not a trophy guy.
You're not a trophy guy? They wanted to give you a trophy?
No, sir, that was actually...
I gotcha.
I don't keep trophies.
But at this point, nothing is too shocking coming from the man famous for saying, "My golf game was weak, my kill game is strong."
Thanks.
What might be most frustrating about the Superbike case in the end is that during the 13-year-long investigation, one asset that police gained was a sketch of a potential suspect that a witness, presumably a customer who had been one of the last people at the bike shop that day, had described. The witness remembered this man filling out paperwork to buy a particular bike. In 2012, the sheriff held up a newly revised sketch and said, "I'm going to be bold enough to say this is my man right here." This is that picture. As accurate as it may be, it unfortunately wasn't able to catch Todd before he committed his other atrocities. Now, to be honest, the raw footage of Todd's whole confession was tedious to watch at times. You see, Todd didn't want to write out his statement because he said he writes for a living and his hands hurt, and so the detectives had to stop him after every sentence and very slowly transcribe his confession. At one point even saying Todd uses big words and talks fast. Here's where things get super intriguing, though. Many people argue that this was actually a deliberate interrogation tactic, and when you think about it, it makes sense. By playing dumb and making Todd feel like he's smarter than them, they subtly encourage him to keep talking freely and bragging about his accomplishments, not to mention repeating key details over and over again. And on the same token, while some people have questioned why detectives even needed to write down his answers in the first place, since the interview was being taped, others assert that suspects often don't realize they're being recorded, and having someone write down their words in front of them would make them feel even more secure that this conversation is not being permanently taped, therefore making them feel comfortable sharing more risky details or side comments that they might not otherwise divulge. Okay, now this next part has nothing to do with crime, but it is super interesting to me because it feels like Todd is really basking in the feeling of being catered to, while trying to seem humble and friendly with the detectives at the same time. I don't know, the whole thing just gives me a weird vibe because of how casual, unbothered, and almost giddy he's acting while confessing murders.
Because he gets a kick out of it.
For dinner. You missed dinner over there. That barbecue wasn't enough. Well, what do you want? Whatever you have for me. No, I'm asking you. What do you want?
Thanks, behave.
I don't want to be an asshole.
Shut that door, Mark. You're not being an asshole. I'm asking you, what do you want for dinner? We've got Bojangles around here. We've got Miami Grill around here. We've got the whatever you want, man. Boiling Springs Cookout, whatever. What do you like to eat?
Cookout will work. That'll work.
What do you like from Cookout?
Never been there.
You just never? Yes, sir. They have a really good, it's called a giant cheeseburger, giant fries, and a giant tea. They're really good. That's what I usually get. Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
I just don't want to
Jeez, man.
Because I want the snap lobster.
Giant meal.
No, whatever you want to eat, I'm feeding you. Thank you. So, I mean, okay.
What an a-hole. What an a-hole. He's in here laughing, kicking back. Like, yeah, I'm being treated right. Like, no you ain't, a-hole. You're being interrogated for murder. What time tomorrow will you be at the venue? I don't know. It's probably going to be sometime after, what, 11, 12, maybe? Because I'll be spending time with family in the morning, so. And then sometime around, before, like, 5, I gotta start making another thumbnail and stuff for the next stream. So, I don't know if I'll be on there very long. Thanks. Behave, please. Please behave. Miss Ma'am. I'm sorry, she's been over here crying up a storm. And I don't know why, honestly. I have no idea.
There are actually a lot of moments sprinkled throughout where Todd seems just a bit too comfortable given the subject matter at hand.
So he's gonna win Trump or Hillary.
I'm scared to know.
I mean, it's just a way.
But to be honest, there were times during the confession when I did feel like I was watching buddies talk, and it was a little surreal.
It must have been.
Good? Mm-hmm. I want to steer you wrong, man. Food's my thing.
I made a joke with him. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go back to pod. I'm going to let one part loose, and I might get pretty jealous.
Take this crop dust.
So, y'all had sandwiches again.
Wow.
Pretty really around. Oh, they're all back in the pod.
Well, the thing about it is, kids today, they call them millennials. And they want everything handed to them at a buddy.
I'm gonna skip through some of this because I just...
best sums up how authorities were able to treat Todd with kindness and respect despite the things he's done.
The thing about it is, like you said, there are cops in the world that are bad, there are cops in the world that are good.
I should not like you.
Are they buddies? No.
I should want to nail you to the cross.
They're trying to like ham him up pretty much. Just trying to be buddy with him so he'll get more information or you know, be more open with them. So they're not technically buddies. They're just trying to show him respect so that, you know, he'll give more info.
You know, but
I'm going there anyway.
well,
They're gonna
no,
act
no,
like
that-
buddies, but they're not.
I want to do the right thing for you. I want to make sure the right thing is done for you and by you. I don't do this job just to put people in jail and do stuff like that. I do this job because that's the way I want to be.
This next part of the conversation might give us the most valuable insight into Todd's headspace, so I'll let it play without commentary.
I wonder how this is going to play out.
What do you mean?
They're either going to put me on a gurney,
Mm-hmm.
which is what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting. Or they're going to put me in a little box somewhere, away from anybody and everybody, which I don't expect. I actually expected her.
I don't think that's what that means, but alright.
I mean, I'm joking aside. Okay, what do you want?
Take me out back, shoot me back in the head.
No, I wouldn't. I studied psychology a little bit in college. You want me to finish? Like I said, I'm working on finishing college. The people at Superbikes made you angry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You tell it. Well, people at Superbikes made you angry, and not just angry, but I mean they belittled you, they humiliated you, they made you angry enough to do what
I feel
happened.
like I'm watching a movie, pretty much.
And then you had the situation
This is quite
like
a lot.
this last Christmas, and then this most recent situation. The time span. What kept anything from happening? You know, because that's a question.
I don't need to kill.
Well, I'm not saying you do. I mean, you know, but that's a genuine question.
I mean, per your legal definition, I'm serial, but I'm not.
Okay.
You are.
Honestly, if Johnny had pulled the knife,
You would have still done it anyway.
Really?
Oh God. Black and white tiger stripe. It was wrong.
The handle? The only time you buy at the little convenience store? Are you serious?
I'm going my ammo cost more than your damn knife. Are you kidding me? You're costing me money.
If you're gonna stab me, at least stab me with a butt knife or something, you know? Something with a little history, you know?
Pick the thing up and let them with.
This is after you shot him?
Oh yeah. He put that thing out, and I went, here's how it's gonna go. Okay, let's dance. And the other problem is if they don't put me on the gurney, when the people inside realize the people I hunt is them,
They'll be scared to death of you.
No, they won't. You know what's gonna happen to him? He's gonna get beat up, tossed around, thrown all over the place. Because this man here, he may be angry, but he ain't gonna be much of a threat against like 50 other inmates who probably don't like the idea of this guy flipping, you know, assaulting and killing women because that's what he enjoys. Like, it's just like, holy crap. I'm gonna hear Angry Siri doing a little therapy session at the venue. You might. Because I've already had some choice words here, but man. No, it'll probably be the same stuff. But I don't know. This kind of issue is kind of frustrating me because he's just like, they'll be scared of me. I hunt guys like that. No, you hunt innocent poor people that you lure in like little fish to a little pond, like little flipping fish food, and you're the flipping piranha. Yeah, I bet you are the little flipping hunter, aren't you, buddy? Sure you are. Okay, round of applause to this guy. He's the hunter, apparently. He'll be able to face 1,000 other inmates in the gosh darn prison cell, won't he? And it's especially gonna be worse after they find out what he did. Like, news gets around, buddy. Newsflash. And they find out you locked up a girl and did that and those heinous crap to this girl. Trust me, some of them ain't gonna be happy with you. There's some guys in the prisons that, like, they will literally beat the snot out of flipping, apologies for the words here. They will literally beat up guys who, like, do things to children, inappropriate things to children. This would be no exception. He would literally get beat up in jail. I'm not even kidding you. He's a wolf among the lambs. Yeah, he's about to become a wolf among the flipping werewolves.
It's just a reactional situation.
Mm-hmm. I would have never heard of that person again. And for me to take myself, it's not hard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you slam your throat on a desk somewhere and crush the larynx, you don't die of shitty death.
Yeah.
But you can do it.
But you hurt the people.
If I did any of that, and I won't, it would probably cause my mother to have a heart attack and die.
He's so dead. Yeah, he really is.
As Todd was sealing his fate, investigators were conducting a thorough search of his property. They found a multitude of weapons and ammunition, such as handguns, with silencers, and rifles.
He had
but as there was no
room.
record of a background check under Todd's name for firearm purchases, it is believed that he illegally obtained these, which just adds to the laundry list of his crimes. In 2017, Todd Kohlhepp pleaded guilty to 7 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of criminal sexual assault. He entered a plea bargain that spared him from capital punishment, and instead was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus 60 years. Relatives of the Superbike shooting victims filed a wrongful death lawsuit against him, and Kayla has also filed her own civil lawsuit against Todd. She was awarded $6.3 million.
Woo.
However, even behind bars, Todd has not been silent. In late 2017, he wrote to the Spartanburg Herald-Journal, claiming that he had more victims who have yet to be discovered, which would go along with what he told his mother right after he was caught. When she asked how many other victims there were besides the ones he confessed to, he apparently said, "You do not have enough fingers." In the 8-page letter to the publication, Todd wrote, "Yes, there is more than 7. I tried to tell investigators, and I did tell the FBI, but it was blown off. It's not an addition problem, it's a multiplication problem. Leaves the state and leaves the country. Thank you, private pilot's license." Yes, Todd apparently earned his pilot's license at some point and could have potentially traveled to commit more unsolved murders. But he has also expressed that at this point, he doesn't see any reason to give numbers or locations of other victims. At the same time, though, Todd reassured investigators in 2016 that he hadn't, in fact, killed anyone else.
Have you killed anybody else in Spartanburg?
No, sir.
Have you killed anybody else in South Carolina?
No, sir.
Other than the boy in Arizona and Superbikes and the ones that we have on the property, have you killed anybody else? And this is where I ask you this.
Is that enough?
I do, but no, this is the thing. No, this is the thing. This is not to drive a nail home or anything like that, okay? You had your moment in here with your mom, and this is your opportunity to get everything. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's an opportunity to get everything out of the way. You know, because you're going to be sitting in a cell, and there's going to be lonely times, and you're a compassionate person. I'm a compassionate person, okay? In the heat of the moment, when somebody pisses you off, you may want to beat the shit out of them, shoot them, stab them, kill them, whatever. But when you're laying there at night, it may bother you. You see what I'm saying? And that's the only reason I'm asking.
That's all it's a shot.
That's the only one you shot. Okay.
You know why he didn't say anything around this time? Is because if he said anything else about any other murders, he would have been given more life sentences, more time in prison, which it didn't even matter anyways. He was still going to get a life sentence. Might be children. Yeah, exactly. So police did ask him. They did ask. And he said, "Oh, no more. That's it. You know, I also thought of this just now. The other thing could be, he could be lying about, you know, there possibly being more deaths under his name. He could be lying about it. He really could, because it seems like he's really into the lying thing. He loves to lie. I can see it right here and now. He's lying out his teeth. So, the thing is that I think Todd here maybe like trying to, you know, get the press interested or the media interested in his, you know, what he's done just to get attention back on him. He would have been given capital punishment, aka the death penalty. Yeah, that too. He would have gotten harsher punishment for that. That's why he didn't say nothing. But I'm also thinking he may have just later on thought, you know, if I tell people how there was more murders under my name, maybe I'll get my just needed attention. You know, I'd get the attention I deserve, and the death penalty that I wanted. Great.
I didn't want to have to explain numbers on the phone, and I sure didn't want to give numbers of 4.
So when you told Mom she didn't have enough fingers...
I just didn't know what to tell her on the phone.
Okay, so that was kind of, not, I don't want to say embellishment, but it was just something to...
Didn't want to give her phone numbers. I got you. Definitely more than one hand, but it's not really a bragging kind of...
I understand.
It is bragging. He loves to brag.
I don't really call that cool. Hey Todd, a while ago you made a statement that said that when you just said those are the only people I've shot. Any other means? Okay.
What do you think? On one hand, it does seem a little suspicious that there would be a 13-year lull in between the Superbike shooting and Todd's next victims. But I can also see how Todd might just be showboating in a bid to get more attention now that his case has died down. But get this. Some people actually think that Todd may not have even really committed the Superbike murders. All right, strap in, because now I'm going to take you through some of the more controversial internet theories and conspiracies that have arisen around this case. Just a disclaimer, I'm not endorsing these theories in any way, but I think it's really fascinating to see the information people have dug up and the wildly different conclusions they've come to. So, about the Superbike murders. A woman named Pat Brown, who is a profiler claiming to have worked on this case in the past, has written about her doubts. She says a serial killer that is also a mass murderer is not what you would normally expect, because serial killers like to have complete control over their victims. She also feels that there is no actual evidence beyond a potentially false confession that Todd was the perpetrator in this case. And she even asserted that the sheriff was up for re-election around the time Todd confessed, and this may have been a convenient way to solve that cold case in the nick of time. However, a counterpoint to this idea is that Todd mentioned a detail in his confession that apparently was never released to the public before, when he said that he shot each of the victims in the forehead, so investigators feel pretty confident that he was the one behind the crime. But still, Pat refutes this claim and actually says that none of the victims were shot in the forehead. There's honestly so much to go into here, but to me, it seems like Todd's motive and explanation of this crime were clear, so I'll let you decide what you think really happened. And then another conspiracy theory people have posited centers around Kayla herself. This one is rather sensitive, and I again want to emphasize that I don't subscribe to these beliefs and would never do anything to blame the victim, as what she had to go through was undoubtedly unimaginable. With that being said, here is the theory some people propose. When Kayla appeared on Dr. Phil to talk about the case, she said that she met Todd on Facebook several years before, and they had had little contact besides a few messages here and there, where he would ask how she's doing before he ultimately contacted her about the job opportunity. However, according to the Newberry Observer, an initial interview at Todd's residence between Todd and an investigator suggested that there may have been more to the relationship.
No.
The alleged transcript of that exchange shows the investigator asking Todd if Kayla was a stripper who would also sleep with Todd for money, which Todd claims is true. He also apparently claimed that he'd taken her to dinner and that she'd spent the night at his house before, among other physical encounters. So these details have apparently led some online circles to speculate that Kayla could have known more than she was letting on about the whole situation, especially considering those letters she had allegedly written to Todd during her capture. Other updates that have added fuel to this fire include the fact that Kayla in 2019 was charged with third-degree criminal domestic violence after a fight between her and her boyfriend. Kayla claimed that during an argument, the man bucked his chest into her, then she struck him in the face with a closed fist, and then he allegedly slammed her to the ground and put her in a headlock. The charge was her first criminal charge in South Carolina and was eventually dismissed. However, people still drew attention to another tragedy that occurred in her life about 5 months before this incident. At that time, her then fiance shockingly died of a self-inflicted stab wound to the chest.
Dang.
All of these factors have caused some internet communities to turn a suspicious eye on Kayla, but at the same time, most recognize that she is still trying to heal from the traumatic experience she endured at the hands of Todd Kohlhepp. I think everyone can agree that even if we don't have the full picture of Kayla's life, she was still a victim who did not deserve any of the horrible things that happened to her during that kidnapping. And I hope she is doing well today, or at least getting the help she needs to work back towards a normal life. Further updates following Todd's arrest have failed to show any growth nor regret on his part. In a hearing, family members of the Superbike victims got to make statements directly to Todd, and after one mother spoke about how Todd was frustrated that he couldn't ride a bike properly and said her son would have been happy to show him how, Todd actually spoke up to say, "With all due respect, ma'am, I'm sorry, but your information is incorrect." The judge reminded him he was only allowed to speak if he had a question for the mother. Todd apparently remarked, "I want to let her know why it happened." Geez, I bet you could have heard a pin drop in that room. Todd is certainly one of the most psychologically intriguing killers I've ever heard of. According to a forensic psychologist who was interviewed about 130 serial killers, Todd wanted to believe he was a good guy. He apparently doesn't want to be associated with the worst serial killers and has said, "I'm not a bad person, but I do bad things sometimes." It seems he justifies his murders in his head by classifying people into categories of good or bad. But obviously, it's a childish mindset to have when you think you can judge people's character and decide their life or death based on how it suits you. Perhaps his twisted personal philosophy and complete lack of remorse was best summed up when he told detectives, "I've never done anything to anybody who didn't have it coming." Todd Kohlhepp's story is especially disturbing, I think, because in the eyes of most people who knew him, he was just a normal dude. Outgoing and charismatic even, and at the very least, successful.
Oh, God. Man. Y'all, this is crazy. Welcome back, John. Welcome back. Ah. My God. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the music back on. Let's change it. Let's change to... I guess we'll change this to Who. Why not? Wow. I don't even know what to think. Hold on, we're gonna turn this down. There we go. Mod badge thing? It has been taken. Yeah. The theories, yeah, I'm not so happy about that. But like the narrator said, he doesn't, he doesn't advocate for it, he doesn't, it's pretty much just saying, like, these are the theories that are running around right now. But I don't fully believe really any of it, because it just doesn't, the thing is, a person like, Todd is the kind of guy that would just, I think he would just get a hold of anybody, really. I really think he would. He would just get a hold of anybody. As long as it meant that, it was easy. Easy pickings, pretty much. So if somebody, really needed the money and was willing to go and come over to this guy's house to help with, yard work and stuff, then by chance he would be able to just take them and do whatever he wanted with them. He didn't care. He didn't care about anybody's life or well-being. There was no good and bad. He just didn't care. He's like, this is a game, and I choose to win it. So there you go, Todd. You won. You're in jail now. Congratulations, Todd. You could have just kept living the good life, but you decided to play around and continue to be an a-hole. Anyway, let's how were the crimes? Bad, evil, downright disgusting? All three. Yes. Absolutely. Definitely. Let's take a little break. Just take like a few minutes. Cool down. Because I know definitely this one actually had me heated. Y'all know I was absolutely just livid. But let's just take a little break. Take a few minutes. listen to the Stardew Valley music. It's very nice. And we will come back and we'll be talking about the Slenderman stabbings, which probably won't be as long. Let me make sure of that. Let's see. Let me look. Oh lord. Maybe I can find a shorter one or something. But, yeah. I can't. Let me try, let me try and find a shorter video for y'all, so we don't have to watch all of that. Oh, that's BuzzFeed Unsolved. Maybe this one. Ah, understandable. Let's do this one here. Yeah, this will work. It's only 14 minutes. I will leave the hour-long documentary that I had found in the description, but we'll play the 14-minute one instead. Just so you guys aren't sitting here for an hour. 3 hours of fools being disgusting? Yeah. Well, I don't think I'd be able to, but yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. Yeah, I'll leave this documentary. I'll probably watch it off the stream, but yeah, it'll be in the description for y'all if you want to watch that the hour long version. I just kind of decided to find a quick little 14-minute one, just because we already have, like, we've been here. It's already like 10:40, so. But anyways, we'll come back. Let's take a few minutes, take a little break, and we'll come back, regroup, you know, refreshed and heads cleared of whatever absolute heinous crime Todd did. And that's it. Yeah, let's take a few minutes, guys. We'll be right back. Remember, we'll be right back. We're not leaving. We're just taking a break. Okay? Okay, go get you some snacks, some more wah. Cause I'm trying to unmute Chunk. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get you some wah, get you some snacks. You know, treat yourselves, okay? And we'll be right back. Okay? Okay. Awesome. Alright. Be back, y'all. Okay, I have returned. I put something in the Discord a minute ago. I was trying to think of something funny to put with this gift that I've been looking at. It's like, this is so funny. Just a who? You did? Whoa! John, no, give her a crown. Call it a day. You're right, John. You're right. Only give her one crayon. Oh no. Welcome back, Eric. Welcome back. Oh my goodness. Enjoy the peaceful. Oh, I looked over. The piece is gone. What's up, Binks? What are you doing? Wag wag. Stump. She's so cute. She does a little stretch and her ears go brrr. Wait. Wait. Brown? She's so funny. She wag wag. Anyway, I'll give it a minute, let everybody join back in and get comfy. Hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's feeling at least a little better, taking a break. How long is the next one? I made sure to pick a short one, so the next one will only be like less than 15 minutes. Now, I did have in the description an hour-long documentary linked, but I just found a one that's like 15 minutes. So you got cats? I got one cat. Right, Minx? Yeah, I got one cat. And she's ornery, and she was crying earlier. She's like, meow, meow. Let me into the room so I may pester the gecko, please. And then I got a gecko in this office. And that's why she wants in here so bad. Cause she'll sit on his tank, or sit on her tank, I apologize. Sit on her tank and stare at her through the top. Aren't they lovely? Yeah, the next one I picked I have a long one linked, but I picked a short one. I went ahead and found a short little one. It says it's a complete 2020 documentary, so let's hope it actually, you know, shares a lot of info so that we're not in the dark or anything about anything, because I don't like the idea of sitting in the dark. Yeah, I'll give people a minute to settle back in, so that we may tell the tale of the Slenderman stabbings. This one, I will note, by the way, this is one that I actually know about. I've known about it for some time. So what are we looking at? The Slenderman stabbings. Or stabbing. It was only one stabbing. And it wasn't even a murder. It was a, what do you call it? It's more like aggravated assault. But it was almost a murder. What is in the window? People walking in the rain. It's like pixel art. Pretty popular pixel art though. They're just walking. But yeah. The Slenderman stabbings was a it's fairly I'd say it's probably one of the more popular murder cases that you'll hear about. It's actually pretty messed up. It's literally... Was that the assault of the Slender Man? No. Unfortunately not. It was technically what you would call Slender Man's, you call them underlings? Minions? I don't know. But, it's basically these kids who thought if they killed someone they could, you know, be a part of the Slendy Mansion and stuff with all the other creepypasta characters. So that you know where this is dated, considering all that. Let me just say here now, y'all. The whole thing with the creepypasta characters during that time. Oh no. Oh no. Poor Cloaker. He wasn't pinged. Oh no. Sorry, Cloaker. Join stream. Thank you, John. No, but yeah, creepy, like, during the time that these girls did this, there's a reference to say was that the Bite 87. I already figured. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was wild. Yeah. So yeah, this is dated during the time when creepypastas were really popular, and kids back then were crazy about it to a point where they made up this whole world where all the creepypasta characters lived together in a mansion, and Slenderman ran the whole mansion, and in order to be a part of the creepypasta mansion, a white man with a piano? What? So he's Elton John? No. But they all had to live in this mansion, and the only way you could be a part of the Slendy Mansion is if you also were like a creepypasta character. You know, killing people and you know, doing things that you really shouldn't. Being creepy and whatever, and destroying lives. I don't know. Just being a creepypasta character. But yeah, it was a crazy time. I actually remember seeing a lot of posts from people like, oh my god, the Slendy Mansion, and seeing people in cosplays and stuff for creepypasta characters, all sorts of stuff. I've seen all kinds of things for the creepypasta period. I really have. It's calmed down a lot since then. It's a lot quieter, but back then it was all anybody ever wanted to talk about. Anyway, with that being said, let's go over some of the articles. Binks, behave please. You'll hear her in a minute. Binks! Stop. Anyhow. So, this Wikipedia article that I found for the Slenderman stabbing actually gives information for Slendy itself. 25 from 200. Just want to say let everyone know. Oh yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting close. I don't even know what to do for 200. Slenderman is actually just Elton John's creepy murder persona. He's like, it's my online persona. That's how they get you every time. But yeah, in this Wikipedia article, they actually give information on Slenderman and how he came to be, which is really interesting. I actually remember when Slenderman became like this big thing for like a lot of because back then he became popular when I was in high school, which is like years ago. That was like 10 years ago. Just do an epic live stream for 200. Maybe we'll just do a chill talk. I know somebody's been asking for Chill Talk stream, so maybe we could do that for 200. That'd be nice. Just talk. Say thanks everybody so much. Just wanted to chill with y'all. But yeah, I remember when it was popular. Slenderman was a really big deal. I actually remember one of the kids that was like a friend of my sister used to, like, he was really big into it to a point where he was like, oh yeah, if you have dreams about him, then he's, you know, he's coming for you, you know, he's gonna come to find you, and you can't search up information about him because then he'll know and he'll come and kill you and stuff. And it's like, man, yes, just chilling for about 4 to 5 hours. No, 4 to 5 hours, man, we'll run out of stuff to talk about by then. But yeah, it was crazy at the time. This music, this music's not really. Ooh, lovely. But anyway, my goodness gracious gravy. Stretch. Siri do talk stream? Yeah, maybe we'll do it for the 200. Kill her in a fight, and they and another friend got into a fight over it. I believe that. I really do. I believe that there was a conversation for that. That's so funny. Creepypastas became really popular around that time where I was like, yeah, I don't believe any of that. Now, if it was popular when I was in like elementary, middle school, absolutely would have completely believed it, because during the time the Tails doll story came out when I was like in middle school and stuff, and that freaked me out. But like Slenderman and you know, Jeff the Killer and all that stuff was like, okay, yeah, this is it's all fiction. I know that this ain't real. But yeah, man, maybe I could also send pics of my cats when you get 200. Ooh, kitties, yes, send picture of kitty, please. Gimme. I'd put up my paws and be like, gimme kitties. I want to see cats. If you have pictures of puppies, please, I want to see puppies. Or Chapel. I don't know if I can answer that, John. I'm sorry. No, but yeah, I remember when it was all the rage then. And then eventually, like, the characters kept growing on the list. Like, they just kept going. They would not stop. There was like, I think one of my personal favorites is like Tiki Toby. I like that one. I think it's an interesting story. Or what they made gender, I apologize for using this phrase or term, like gender bent alternative or like counterparts. The next one for 200. Ooh, yes, thank you. Sweet. Sweet. Yes, I wish to see. Gimme. But yeah, I remember they made like female counterparts or male counterparts for the characters and stuff. So like Jeff the Killer got like Jane the Killer, I think, and so on and so forth. And it was always like, oh, you know, Jane fell in love with Jeff, you know, later down the line. Like, she just happened to meet him by chance. When it became a shipping thing, oh yeah. Listen, if it gets popular enough, it'll become a shipping thing. It will always become a shipping thing. Every fandom has a shipping thing. I'm sorry to tell you. But anyways, let's get on with this. Let's go over the thing. Let me make sure this music isn't about to slam me with some sick tunes. Man, this is slamming me. Okay. Slamming me. But anyways, here's what the thing says, the Wikipedia. The Slenderman stabbing. On May 31st, 2014 in Waukesha, Wisconsin, United States, two 12-year-old girls, Anissa, Wire and Morgan Geyser lured their friend Peyton Lutner into a forest and stabbed her 19 times in an attempt to become proxies of the fictional character Slenderman. Ah, proxies. I'm falling down the stairs. Sam Chan. Thanks, John. Welcome in, Evie. Lutner crawled to a road where she was found and recovered after 6 days in the hospital. Wire and Geyser were found not guilty by mental disease or defect and committed to mental health institutions for a sentence of 25 years to life and 40 years to life, respectively. After 7 years, Wire was granted early release and will be under supervision until 37. Wow. 7 years later, so... when was this? Well, we'll probably get into that. Okay. So, one of them actually ended up getting released early under supervision. I sent my cat to the chat? To the cat chat? Oh, the cat condo? Kitty! Look at that kitty! Here's normal. I'm saving Chloe for 200. Oh, my mom's cat's name is Chloe. Ah, I cannot wait to see the other Chloe. Chloe's doppelganger. It's so cute though. Look at him. He's so lazy. He's just chilling. That's so cute. Thank you for the cat pictures. Very cute. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Very cute cat. I can't wait to see Chloe. Because my mom's cat's name is Chloe. So we're gonna have a cat doppelganger. Cat twins. Yeah, what was it? Yeah, I can't believe they just let them get released after all that. That's just crazy. But, I think they said one of them was like, had, schizophrenia? So there's that. I think some of them may have had like mental disorders. Not in a bad way, of course, but just like, you know, it was like, uncontrollable. John knows, they switched colors. Very cute. I love it. Yay! We got new people in the Discord too. Welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much for joining in. Hey, if you guys join the Discord, make sure to read the rules in the town hall, okay? Please make sure to read those and respect the rules, please. And thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. When you put puppy pics, you put them in the cat condo. Cat condo. Put them in the cat condo. All pet stuff goes in the cat condo, baby. Cat condo. Heck yeah. Put your puppy in the cat condo. Any more hell-freaking heathens? Well, we had one guy, and he was awful. He was awful. But yeah. My goodness. There we go. But anyhow, they had some like it seemed like they had some like a mental disorders of sorts. Nothing like I'm not saying it in a way that it should be like, you know, like that's probably why. I don't know. But it was probably like, you know, mental disorders on top of like you know, family not recognizing that something's wrong. They probably didn't really acknowledge it. It's stuff like that. I love that. I see your kitty, Normal. Very cute cat. Look at them toes. Little kitty toes. Binks left. She's feeling jealous. She's like, I'm out of here. You're looking at cats again. No, but it seemed like they had some mental stuff going on, and maybe like they didn't have much support from family to possibly get that looked into. So things happen, stuff started tumbling downwards, stuff started going wrong, and I think that's kind of what happened, really. Now, do I think the girls should be let go easy? No, I do not. I don't think so. There has to come to a point where you have to stop yourself from doing something so dumb as to stab a girl, a 12-year-old girl 19 times, and then leave her there to bleed out is probably the worst thing you could do. Oops. So there is that. Ow, foot. Ah. Toes, why? But anyways, here's the information on Slenderman. Slenderman is a fictional entity created on Something Awful online forums for a 2009 Photoshop paranormal image contest. The Slenderman myths were later expanded by a number of other people who created fan fiction and artistic depictions of the entity. Slenderman is a tall, thin character with a featureless white face and head. He is depicted as wearing a black suit and is sometimes shown with tentacles growing out of his back. According to Slenderman myths, the entity can cause amnesia, bouts of coughing, and paranoid behavior in individuals. He's often depicted hiding in forests. 19. Yeah, 19 stab wounds. 19 stab wounds. Anyway, yeah, Slenderman was made, just generally be creepy. Looks like it was for a contest. And, you know, they did a good job really pulling this character together until, you know, the mainstream media, you know, got a hold of it. Is there a chat where you post art? That is the fridge. You go to the fridge to post art. It's only 19 could have been an accident? Nah, I don't think so, Evie. See, if you did it once, it would have been an accident. Doing it 19 times, you were doing it on purpose. Anyway, events of the attack. The stabbing took place in Davids Park, a wooded area near Waukesha. I'm gonna just butcher this name several times. Wisconsin, during a game of hide and seek. Hide and seek, really? On May 31st, 2014, the perpetrators, Anissa Wire and Morgan Geyser, pinned down Peyton Leutner and stabbed her 19 times in the arms, legs, and torso with a 5-inch long, 13-centimeter long blade. Two wounds were to major organs. One missed a major artery of her heart by less than a millimeter. Holy crap. And another one went through her diaphragm, cutting into her liver and stomach. Wire and Geyser told Leutner they would find help, but they did not get any upon leaving. Afterwards, Leutner dragged herself to a nearby road where she was found by a cyclist. The cyclist called 911 when he saw her. Yeah, so 31 is kind of... Evie, I worry for you. Wire and Geyser were apprehended near Interstate 94 at Steinfeld's furniture store after walking 4.9 miles, 7.9 kilometers. The knife used in the stabbing was in a bag they carried. While Geyser felt no empathy, Wire was described as feeling guilty for stabbing the victim, but felt that the attack was needed to appease Slenderman. Oh no. Leutner left the hospital 7 days after the attack. She returned to school in September 2014. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad she was able to, you know, go back to school and live in the good life. Court case and negotiations. I'm guessing this is where we're gonna find out what's going on. Following the investigation, Geyser was charged with attempted first-degree homicide, a Class A felony, and Wire was charged with attempted second-degree homicide, a Class B felony. Due to the nature of the offenses, both Wire and Geyser were waived out of juvenile court to be tried as adults. In 2017, Wire pleaded guilty to being a party to attempted second-degree homicide. A jury then found her not guilty by mental disease or defect. At least the girl was okay physically. Yes, at least she made it out okay. I'm hoping that she's, you know, healing since then. I hope she's feeling better, like mentally and emotionally. Because I know it's like this happened in 2014, so it's been just a little under 10 years now. It's like 8 years, so I'm really hoping she's, you know, I really hope she's feeling better. And like that had to have been hard, especially considering I think, and I'll probably say it in the documentary, but I think she was friends with one of the girls, and then that girl made a friend with another girl that was like really just I won't say the word, it'd be offensive, but the two ended up like saying like, oh, we don't like, you know, we don't like, apologize, we don't like Peyton, you know, we're gonna, you know, kill her just for Slenderman, you know, stuff like that. So it must have really taken a toll on her, you know, to be betrayed like that. But anyway, Geyser accepted a plea offer under which she would not go to trial and would be evaluated by psychiatrists to determine how long she should be placed in a mental hospital. She later pleaded guilty, but was found not guilty by by reason of mental disease or defect, and was diagnosed with schizophrenia, from which her father also suffers. Wire was sentenced to 25 years to life, an indeterminate sentence involving at least 3 years locked confinement and involuntary treatment in a state psychiatric institute, followed by communal supervision until age 37. Geyser was given the maximum sentence, 40 years to life, an indeterminate sentence involving at least 3 years locked confinement and additional, oh my gosh, okay. To until complete resolutions of symptoms or until age 53. So one could have communal supervision until 37, and the other one could have communal supervision until 53, which is crazy. Hi, Mary. Hey, are you oh, yeah, I did, hello, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Lovely to see you. I am the one, I, yes. I'm surprised anyone actually acknowledged it, so thank you. We're talking about true crime today. Very lovely. Ow. John, like, huh? I left a little note card with like a little drawing of Binks, and it's like, I think I remember I wrote "Yay Boba," like a little boba tea drawn next to her. A little lizard on the cup, I think. Bye, Isaac. I can't really remember all that I wrote on there though. It was something about the channel and that was it. But it's very nice to see somebody actually acknowledge it. It was very nice. 176, woo! Very nice. Thank y'all so much. Very nice. Anyways, we gotta get back on this, y'all. Gotta get back on this. It's 11 o'clock. It's getting late, y'all. We gotta get on this. Okay. Let's get on this. Let's see. Pictures so I can remember your channel. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much, Mary. Very nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's really awesome. I'm glad that you considered taking a picture. I really do. That means a lot. Oh yes, we also have a Discord if you want to check it out. We post all kinds of fun stuff. You're free to hang out. Chill with the rest of us. We usually play games on this channel, so you'll see mostly game streams. But sometimes we do chill stuff like this too. On the off chance. Which is very nice. Okay, let's see. I gotta figure out where I'm at again. So basically they're saying they have to go through like a lot of stuff. John Cyril. Advertising worked. I literally, all it was is the boba shop that I was at has little note cards that you can make little drawings and stuff on, and I drew little binks on there and wrote, you know, come check out the YouTube channel. So it's really cool that somebody found it. I didn't think anybody would acknowledge it, so that's very nice. I'm glad. What's up? I gotta scooch in. Scooch. Okay, we gotta get on this, y'all. Come on. Let's see. So basically they're saying, like, you know, they have to be like, before they can be just let back out into the world, they have to be like, be evaluated, they have to be, you know, checked, make sure that their, you know, their treatment's going well, things like that. They really have to make sure that these guys are like, mentally, well enough, I guess is the best way to phrase it. I apologize if that's not the best way to phrase it, but they just have to be mentally well enough to go back out into the world. And even then, they're still being supervised. And it looks like, I'm trying to read through some of this. This is pretty much, yeah. Let's see, at the boba shop, Nito. Yeah, they have a little boba shop. It's very good boba too. At a court hearing on March 10th, 2021, Wire, who was by then 19, submitted a letter to the court stating that she was sorry and deeply regretful for the agony, pain, and fear I have caused. Not just to Lutner, but to, quote, my community as well. Wire stated that, quote, I hate my actions, May 31st, 2014, but through countless hours of therapy, I no longer hate myself for them. On July 1st, 2021, Waukesha County Judge Michael Boren ordered Wire released from the Winnebago Mental Health Institute, gave state officials 60 days to draw up a conditional release plan, and required that Wire be assigned State Department of Health Services case managers to track her progress until she's 37 years old. The length of her commitment. On September 13th, 2021, Wire was released with multiple stipulations to include 24-hour GPS monitoring, requiring her not to leave Waukesha County without permission. Wire will also have her internet usage monitored and will not be allowed to use any forms of social media. Wire will also be required to take medication and will be personally escorted to regular counseling sessions by a caseworker. She will also be required to live with her father during her probation. So that was for Wire. And then Geyser, it looks like, had an appeal. In 2020, an appeals court rejected Geyser's petition to be retried as a juvenile. Her attorney, Matthew Pinks, argued that she should have been charged with attempted second-degree international homicide rather than first-degree, and argued that Geyser gave statements to investigators before being read her Miranda rights. He has petitioned the Supreme Court of Wisconsin to review the ruling. In early 2021, the Wisconsin Supreme Court declined to hear the appeal. Well, yeah, I'm going to assume here from... my memory is a little faulty, but I believe Geyser was the one that was, like, you know, running the whole thing, so it's kind of strange to see her being like, I want an appeal. It's like, girl, you ain't getting that. Oh, dang. Aftermath. In the aftermath of the stabbing, the creepypasta wiki was blocked throughout the Waukesha School District. On the Tuesday following the stabbing, Slenderman creator Eric Knudsen said, "I'm deeply saddened by the tragedy in Wisconsin, and my heart goes out to the families of those affected by this terrible act." Wow. Even the creator of Slender himself came out and said, "Yeah, I'm really sorry. That's awful." Slosh Train, the administrator of the Creepypasta Wiki, said that the stabbing was an isolated incident that did not accurately represent the Creepypasta community. He also stated that the Creepypasta Wiki was a literary website and that they did not condone murder or satanic rituals. But you literally have fictional satanic rituals. Okay. I won't get into that can of beans. Members of the Creepypasta community held a 24-hour live stream on YouTube June 13th to 14th, 2014 to raise money for the stabbing victim, Jozwowski, an administrator on the Creepypasta website, said the purpose of the stream was to show the members of the community cared for the victim and did not condone real-world violence because they enjoyed fiction that contains violence. My brain did not, put any of that together. And on August 12th, Governor Scott Walker issued a proclamation declaring Wednesday, August 13th, 2014, Purple Hearts for Healing Day, and encouraged the people of Wisconsin to wear purple on that day to honor the victim of the stabbing. He also praised the strength and determination exhibited by Lutner during her recovery. She is really strong to be recovering. She recovered fast and, was back on her feet again in no time. That's remarkable. You gotta applaud her for that. It's so nice, you know? Gotta be proud of her for that one. But, let's see. The city of Madison, Wisconsin held a one-day bratwurst festival to honor Lutner on August 29th. Several days before the victim returned to school, hot dogs and bratwurst were sold to raise money towards the victim's medical costs. The event was run by over 250 volunteers and raised over $70,000 for Lutner. Let's see. Debate on the effect of internet children. The stabbing resulted in an extensive debate about the role of internet in society and its effects on children. Russell Jack Waukesha? What's with people's names in Waukesha? I'm just now noticing this. What's with the names, man? Come on. Said the stabbing, quote, should be a wake-up call for all parents, adding that the internet is full of information and wonderful sites that teach and entertain, but that it, quote, can also be full of dark and wicked things. John Egelhoff, a retired agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, argued that the internet had become a black hole with the ability to expose children to a more sinister world. Avoid future incidents was for parents to keep track of their children's online habits. What? I didn't know HBO. So HBO released a documentary film called Beware the Slenderman. I'm gonna have to watch that later. I wonder if that's on HBO Max. I gotta watch that later. Apparently there's an episode in Law & Order Special Victims Unit called Glasgow Man's Wrath. It's loosely based on the event. There's a Criminal Minds episode that was inspired. There's also a movie that was inspired on Lifetime called Terror in the Woods. There's a bunch of stuff. So there's been a lot of movies and stuff made off this. On October 24th in 2019, more than 5 years after the stabbing, Lutner, then 17, spoke to the ABC's 2020 about her experience for the first time. She spoke of her scars, saying, quote, I don't think much of them. They will probably go away and fade eventually. She told the interviewers that she met her attackers in 4th grade. When asked what she would say if she ever saw Geyser again, Lutner added that she would thank her because the attack inspired her to pursue a career in medicine. Oh, that's nice. Aw. That's so nice. that's you know, I'm really happy for her, because it sounds like she just kind of like she really just took that and she's like, okay, well that happened, I'm gonna put it here and I'm just gonna keep moving forward, because I don't got time to worry about that. I'm just gonna keep moving forward. That's all I can do now. You know, it happened, you know, it sucked, it was awful, but it will fade with time, and I will move on, and I will do better, and I will, you know, come back fighting. It really did. Apparently at some point, after her recovery, her family let her adopt kittens. Like, I remember that. I'll have to see if I can find a video of that, of her just adopting kittens. It's very cute. Or like her playing with kittens. I remember something about her playing with kittens. But it's very wholesome. Well, we've already read this, but the second article I linked with the Wikipedia article is pretty much just going over what we already looked at, which is just saying like why. Oh no, wait. Charge of stabbing classmate peace victim. Oh, it was Geyser. Geyser apparently dropped her request for an early release, which is really interesting. Yeah, she was playing with kittens in one of the little news videos. It's so cute. But this video probably isn't gonna be cute. I'm going for real. Okay, we're gonna turn out the music. Y'all, it's time to be spoopy. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Just know I'm gonna get heated, I bet. I like money. Evie, why are you like this? Okay. Huzzah. Beautiful. Perfection. Ba-bam. I'm gonna turn this up.
You appears to be what? Stabbed?
On May 31st, 2014, a man on a morning bicycle ride in Waukesha, Wisconsin, happened upon a young girl lying in the grass, drenched in her own blood. As he would soon find out, this 12-year-old was Peyton Leitner, the survivor of the Slenderman stabbing.
There we go.
The day before, Leitner had been celebrating her best friend's birthday. Little did she know that this preteen slumber party was really just a ploy to lure her into the woods and murder her. A sinister plot hatched up months before by that same best friend, Morgan Geyser. The case quickly became a national news story, and not just because of the appalling youth of the perpetrators. Instead, it was their motive that struck fear in the hearts of parents everywhere. The two 12-year-olds had decided to stab their friend and leave her for dead in order to prove their dedication to a creepy internet meme, Slenderman. 2 years before the Slenderman stabbing, Peyton Leitner and Morgan Geyser became friends when Leitner sat down next to Geyser in the school cafeteria. She was sitting all by herself, and I didn't think anyone should have to sit by themselves, Leitner explained.
I made friends with her when I saw that she didn't have any friends at all.
Aww. When asked if she felt bad for stabbing one of her best friends, Morgan Geyser said, "I thought about it, but then I decided that remorse would get me nowhere. It's easier to live without regrets." Before long, the two were inseparable. Like any other young suburban girls, they had sleepovers, played together, and created their own inside jokes. Geyser nicknamed Leitner Bella, and they became best friends. Leitner said she loved her friend's sense of humor, as well as her wild imagination, which often expressed itself in drawings. That all changed, however, when the two girls entered 6th grade and Geyser made a new friend, Anissa Wire. "I didn't like Anissa at all," said Leitner. "I just hung out with her because I knew Morgan really loved her as a friend, but she was always cruel to me. I feel like she was jealous that Morgan was friends with me and her." Anissa Wire said she truly believed Slenderman was real, and she stabbed her friend in order to prove his existence to the rest of the world. Wire lived in the same apartment complex as Geyser, and the two began riding to school together. They also bonded over their shared interest in the popular internet meme, Slenderman. As their friendship grew, so did this interest. and soon it started to border on an obsession. I told Morgan that it scared me and that I didn't like it, said Leitner, but she really liked it and thought it was real. Still, Leitner remained friends with Geyser. She didn't want to leave the girl sitting all alone during lunch, as she had found her that day 2 years before. Peyton Leitner had good reason to be scared. In fact, the only reason Slenderman exists is to scare people. Nearly 5 years to the day before the Slenderman stabbing, a humor site called Something Awful organized a Photoshop contest that asked users to take a regular photograph and make it scary. In one image, Slenderman's creator added the caption, "We didn't want to go. We didn't want to kill them, but its persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time." Eric Knudsen, also known by his username Victor Surge, took inspiration from H.P. Lovecraft and Stephen King to create his submission. His photographs, which depicted a tall, thin figure photoshopped into the background of old black and white pictures with children playing, quickly drew the attention of horrified website visitors. Almost immediately, the figure was given his name, Slenderman, and people from around the globe began building on his myth. Just 10 days after the Slenderman photos were first posted, a YouTube channel called Marble Hornets released a fictional found footage series about a creepy, slender figure stalking a film student. Slenderman has no face, long arms, always wears a suit, and often has tentacles growing out of his back. It was a viral success, and soon more series and even a few homemade video games made their debuts. Many of these, all a homage to Slenderman, were posted on the popular site Creepypasta for anyone to read.
Okay, I was trying to find a spot to pause because, my god, it just kept going. I'm like, I don't want to interrupt her, but yeah, so Slenderman is really popular. He's even popular now, but back then, when Slendy came around, then all of a sudden a bunch of different characters came about the same way, and like, I think even the Rake was made similarly, but a lot of characters came in around that time, and people were like, oh my god, I love the creepypasta characters, and just, it came something extreme, to a point where kids actually believed that Slendy was real. Like I said, I knew a kid back in my high school years that actually, be like, well, Slenderman will, if he visits your dreams, that means he's coming for you and all this stuff. And it was like, he's not real, man. I'm sorry to tell you, he's not real. But it was definitely a time. But yeah, you can obviously tell where this is going. Considering that one of the girls came in and befriended the girl that was all by herself. Creepypasta is cool. It is pretty cool. I think as long as they do their own thing, it's pretty interesting. Like, I know SCP is pretty interesting. Even at, like, building off of it, it's pretty good. And look, there's my drawing. How nice. But yeah, it is pretty interesting stuff. Just got an ad. What? It's been added? What? What on earth?
According to these creepypasta stories, Slenderman was a tall, faceless man with long arms and tentacles coming out of his back. He existed to prey on children, luring them into the woods and convincing them to kill others in order to become members of his proxy. Around December of 2013, Morgan Geyser suggested to Anissa Wire that they should become proxies for Slenderman. Of course, this meant they had to kill someone in order to show their dedication to the fictional figure. Wire was immediately on board, and together they started plotting the demise of Geyser's best friend, Peyton Leitner. I was excited because I wanted proof that he existed, because there were a bunch of skeptics out there saying he didn't, she said. For months, they coordinated the Slenderman stabbing, whispering and using codenames in public so as to not raise suspicion. Like for knife, we used cracker, Geyser said. For the killing, we would use words like itch. This was their plan.
Wow.
Invite Leitner to Geyser's birthday party, where the three girls would be alone together. Kill Leitner. packed their bags, and walked to Slenderman's mansion, which they believed stood in the Chowamaga-Nicolet National Forest in northern Wisconsin. Here, they would be welcomed with long, open arms. You have no idea how difficult it was not to tell anyone, Geyser said. It was a flawless plan, actually. On the day of Geyser's 12th birthday party, the birthday girl and her accomplice went to Wire's house before picking up their victim. Here, they packed a backpack with clothes, granola bars, water bottles, and a photo of Wire's family. She didn't want to forget what they looked like when she was living at the Slenderman mansion.
That's really interesting. But, I remember a point where it's just like, man, he's creepy, you know? But, after a while, I was like, okay. But it might, like I said, I was like in high school. It was like later part of high school, so it was like, okay, I mean, I don't believe it, so it's a thing. But if it was happening during the time when I was in like middle school or, you know, younger, I would totally 100% would have believed that, because I was really into, like, I don't know why, I always like, if it's terrifying in any kind of way, then I will absolutely just fall for it, because it makes me anxious, I guess, to think that there's creatures like that out there when there's really, it's really not. There's really not. We're just gonna overlook that knife. What do you mean? There's a cracker there. Obviously. Do you not see the cracker? They said there was a cracker. What kills me though is that she even brought a family photo just so she wouldn't forget her family when she got to the Slendy mansion. And I just went, oh gosh. It's like, oh boy. Like, these girls really did believe that they were going to be taken to this fantasy world where they would, you know, live happily with their favorite characters, and that's not actually what'll happen. It's a cracker.
The parents of Morgan Geyser and Anissa Wire contemplate what could have driven their children to attempt murder. Once Leitner was picked up, Geyser's parents took the three girls to a roller rink called Skateland and then took them back home to sleep. In the morning, Peyton woke up to an empty room. She put on a t-shirt printed with a large heart, then went downstairs to find the other girls on the computer. Geyser asked her mother if they could go play in the nearby David's Park, and they were off. As the three 12-year-olds left Geyser's house, Morgan slyly lifted up the side of her jacket to show Wire a knife that she had stolen from the kitchen, now tucked into her waistband. They veered toward a bathroom in the park, where Geyser tried unsuccessfully to incapacitate Leitner. When this didn't work, Wire suggested that they go play hide-and-seek in a wooded area. Anissa told me to lie on the ground and cover myself in sticks and leaves and stuff to hide, Leitner said, but it was really just a trick to get me down there. With Leitner on the ground, Wire told Geyser, go ballistic, go crazy. Morgan jumped on her best friend, pulled out the knife, and started stabbing. When Geyser finally climbed off of her, Leitner screamed, I hate you. I trusted you.
Did she try to get up? She tried to get up. She said that she couldn't see, she couldn't walk, and just that she couldn't breathe.
The 12-year-old told Leitner to lay down while they went to get help, something that the murderous girls had no intention of doing. After they left, Peyton mustered up enough courage to move her body out of the woods and into a place where she could be spotted. Not long later, Greg Steinberg noticed the young girl while out for his morning bike ride. An ambulance soon arrived at the Wisconsin park, and Peyton was rushed to the hospital. Her parents were there when she came in, covered in blood. It took two nurses to count her stab wounds. There were 19 in total. During 6 hours of intensive surgery, doctors patched up the girl's critical wounds. 2 had hit major organs, damaging her liver and stomach. The one that had punctured her chest near her heart was considered a miracle. If the knife had gone a width of human hair further, she wouldn't have lived, Dr. John Kellerman said after operating on Leitner. When Leitner woke up after surgery, relying on an intubation tube in her lungs to breathe, her first thoughts were, did they get them? Are they in custody? Are they still out? By then, the girls who had committed the Slenderman stabbing were indeed in custody. The Waukesha County Police Department had begun their search for them directly after Leitner was taken to the hospital. A few hours later, they found Geyser and Wire walking near the highway. They were carrying a backpack filled with granola bars and the kitchen knife they used on their friend. Although they had stopped at a Walmart to wash their friend's blood from the knife and their hands, their clothes were still spotted in red. The girls confessed immediately.
No, I just want to note, they went to a Walmart, literally went in the middle of a Walmart to flipping... Wait, she lived? Yeah, she lived. She survived. Did we not get that point across? She survived. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. They went to a Walmart to wash the blood off. A public area where a lot of people are around to wash the blood off. Now, like I said, I'm not going to say that's dumb. I'm going to say it's a good thing that they went there, because then nobody would have suspected a thing. So good. I'm glad. I'm very glad. And honestly though, at the end of the day, the end of the story, it sounds like things kind of settled out. The girls no longer talk to each other. Like, the two are, you know, working themselves out. Well, at least one of them is. I don't know about Geyser, but that's dumb. Yeah, I try not to say it's dumb because honestly, if they didn't do it, we would have never known. Nobody wouldn't, they wouldn't have even seen it. So it's a good thing they went to a public area to wash blood off, because that really gave it away that they were doing something they weren't supposed to. Yeah, that's not suspicious. That's probably what got him in trouble. Anyway.
He said that he'd kill our families.
Who's he?
A man.
A slender
I didn't
man.
know him, but Anissa knew him.
It was weird. I felt no remorse. I thought I would, she said. I actually felt nothing. While the girls were being held at the police station, investigators combed through their personal belongings. In Morgan Geyser's bedroom and middle school locker, they found notebooks with writings and drawings about Slenderman. Alongside some of the drawings were phrases such as, "I want to die," and "help me escape my mind." Her browser history, however, was the most telling. In looking through the Geyser home computer, there were literally thousands of internet searches that were done. How to get away with murder? What kind of insane am I? She was searching these things ahead of time, said one officer. For the Slenderman stabbing, Morgan Geyser and Anissa Sawyer were charged with attempted first-degree intentional homicide, and they were taken to the West Bend Juvenile Facility.
That's why you don't believe everything from the internet? Yes, absolutely. Don't believe everything you see. I just wanted to say, because they had this search history of, like, how to get away with murder and stuff. Literally, I was talking about that earlier in our Discord chat, voice chat. And it was so funny. Just me over here like, my search history is gonna be awful. Because I was searching up, like, murders with survivors, you know, like, things like that. And it's like, man, if the FBI could see this, they would have a problem.
They were charged as adults rather than as minors and faced up to 65 years in prison. With a $500,000 bail each, their families could not afford to bring them home before the trial. Anissa Sawyer was diagnosed with shared psychotic disorder after her arrest and received 25 years in a mental health institution for her crimes. Because of this, the girls' mothers went to visit them every week. Initially, she really behaved like a caged animal, Angie Geyser said of her daughter Morgan. Her hair was wild. Before the trial, Geyser underwent a mental health examination and was diagnosed with schizophrenia. In the 3 years between her arrest and the trial, she was treated for her mental illness and made significant progress. However, when the trial dates were set in 2017, the factor of mental illness could not be ignored. Geyser pleaded guilty to the charges against her, and many of her doctors testified for the now teenaged girl. While it was determined that she no longer presented serious psychotic symptoms, she was still hearing voices at the time of the trial. Ultimately, the jury found Morgan Geyser not criminally responsible for the Slenderman stabbing due to her mental illness. She was sentenced to 40 years in a mental health institution. Between her arrest and her trial, Morgan Geyser was treated for schizophrenia. It was later determined that she had been experiencing visual hallucinations since she was 3 years old. When Wire pleaded guilty to a lesser charge, second-degree murder, the jury had a similar finding. It was believed that she had experienced shared psychotic disorder and could not be held responsible for her part in the stabbing of Peyton Leitner. She was sentenced to 25 years in a mental health institution. At the end of the Geyser trial, she said between sobs,
I just want to let Ella and her family know I'm sorry.
Dang.
Since the Slenderman case captivated the media in 2014 and came to a close in 2017, people around the nation have been left to wonder, what is lurking just beyond our children's screens, waiting to turn them into a murderous monster? Leitner wants all parents to be more open with their kids about what is real and what is fake on the internet. As a reaction to the Slenderman stabbing, the internet phenomenon behind the case petered out. Marble Hornets concluded their web series inspired by the myth in 2014, and Creepypasta issued a statement saying that Slenderman was indeed fictional. The site that may have started it all also organized a fundraiser for Leitner, and with that, the myth reached its end. As for the people that watched the case unfold, and especially the girls and families involved, the stain of this tragedy has not disappeared so easily. This should be a wake-up call for all parents, said Waukesha Police Chief Russell Jack. The internet has changed the way we live. It is full of information and wonderful sites that teach and entertain. The internet can also be full of dark and wicked things. 5 years after her attack, Peyton Leitner agrees. Parents need to talk to their kids directly, saying, "This is not real, this is fake," she said. Because of what she went through as a preteen, 17-year-old Peyton Leitner now plans to pursue a career in the medical industry. Because the two girls mistook a creepy story on the internet for reality, and because their mental illnesses took this belief to the next level, Leitner still struggles to trust the people in her life, especially new friends. But her ordeal has also given her a new perspective. When asked recently what she would say to Geyser if she got a chance, Leitner said, "I would probably initially thank her. I would say just because of what she did, I have a life now. I really, really like it, and I have a plan. I didn't have a plan when I was 12, and now I do because of everything I went through." As of 2019, Leitner is 17 years old and a senior in high school. In the fall of 2020, she hopes to attend college and pursue a career in the medical field. As for the other 17-year-old girls involved in the case, their mental health treatment has changed their lives, and they are both expected to remain in institutional care. As Angie Geyser said about her daughter, Morgan lives in reality now.
Dang. Wow. That's powerful right there. That's some powerful words. Hold on. I'm fixing my audio here. Okay, let me try to find the video clip of Peyton playing with kittens, because there is definitely a it's definitely out there. Peyton Leitner kittens. Let me see if I can find one. There is a video out there of her playing with kittens because they said you can adopt kittens. Is this one it? 12-year-old phone close death with 19. Maybe it's this one. Let's see. Hold on.
ABC News.
Hush. Quiet now. That was creepy. Just my bad. For real. Evie, what are you talking about, my friend? Apologies. Anyway. Let me see. There should be... Aha! I'm gonna go ahead and skip near the end. I think they're 20 now. I think they are, yeah. I think, let's see, it's 2022. If she was 17 in 2019, so 18, 19, 20. Yeah, they're 20 now. Man. You know what, though? They just kind of... It's so interesting to see, like, a story like this where they just kind of moved on from it You know, they're like, well, it happened. I'm working to improve myself. I want to do better for myself. You know, as long as I don't see them anymore, we're fine. You know, I don't need to talk to them anymore. And that's it. They just let it happen. Let bygones be bygones. You know, the one that survived, she's going on to, you know, go to school for medicine. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And then, you know, the other two are, you know, in therapy. They're trying to heal and trying to, you know, work towards bettering themselves. Because I feel like sometimes you don't. The thing is, this is probably going to be phrased all wrong. Sometimes I think you don't really mean an apology unless you know, unless you're willing to work towards bettering yourself or work towards bettering yourself in a way that you would forgive your own self. Like, if they don't forgive you, then what then, you know? Or if you don't forgive yourself, then how do you think they're gonna forgive you? Like, it just wouldn't make sense like that. But that's just my thought, I guess. Like a personal thought. But here, I kind of cut to the end here.
Where on earth do you think she got the strength to crawl out of those woods?
Well, we asked her, and she said, I wanted to live.
Aww.
Uh-oh.
And tonight, for the first time, Peyton.
I'm working on it.
In the one place that now makes her smile the most, the animal shelter not far from her home.
Aww.
The kittens needing a home. She shows me her favorites, and there are too many to count. Her parents wanted me to see her smile again.
She has the most beautiful smile. Did that disappear? Yeah.
For a little while.
We see peaks of
I
it
can
every
drink
once in a
now.
while.
Not quite.
Do you feel like your daughter's been stolen from you? For the time being.
We'll get her back.
Yep.
The smiles we then saw looking at her notebooks, the ones with the kittens on the front.
Observations from the ground.
Aww.
Some people would say she's doing remarkably well, given what's happened to her.
I would say that way beyond expectations. I'm astonished at the way that she's been able to recover.
And tonight, we are happy to show you the pictures. Her walk down the driveway to the car. Mom driving her back to school.
She's an amazing child.
She's meant to be something special.
Oh,
She's here for a reason.
That's so sweet. Oh my god, that's sweet. That's so wholesome, I can't. She's just playing with kittens like nothing happened. It's so, oh, I love that. Just the big smile on her face as she's playing with kittens. That's so sweet. Oh, I thought she adopted one. I was pretty sure of that, but I guess maybe I was wrong. But, oh, that's so cute. Oh, so sweet. It really is. It's really sweet to see, like, this little girl. She had literally been stabbed, like, 19 times. And she's just, you know, walking around as if nothing happened. You know, just walking around like strong girl. She's very strong, you know? She handled that like a flipping champion. And you gotta appreciate that. And just seeing her at the end of the day, just playing with kittens, you know, because she loved cats so much. She was playing with them. It was so cute. And like a little animal shelter. She was just so happy to play with the little kittens needing a home. So precious, man. That is absolutely precious. Very precious. It warms your heart almost. I worry for y'all. But anyways, let me turn on the music. Let me turn it back on. Come on, music. Music. Hello? Music. Oh, there it is. I was like, come on now. My goodness. Wow. We looked at 3 murders. Or, well, one of them was like an attempted murder, but it's so sweet. I'm dying diabetes. Oof. But yeah, that was true crime, y'all. True crime. We do true crime stuff. 5 hours. Oof. Unfortunately, my Streamlabs kind of bugged out a few times, so it just says 3 hours for me. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. You guys know it's coming. It's coming. It's happening. Here it is. Go to bed. Bedtime. Uh-oh. Please don't play. There we go. Go to bed. Go. Bedtime. It's bedtime. It is way past bedtime. Bedtime. I'll read you one bedtime story. It'll be a nice bedtime story, okay? Alright, okay. Anyways, if y'all got school or work going on right now, I wish you luck. I know that stuff sucks. Monday. Let me finish drawing Slenderman and send it to the fridge. Well, send it to the fridge. We'll still be here. Okay, bye. Thanks for joining us, Mary. I really do appreciate that. I'm glad you found the little note card. Yeah, I know, we've been here for a while. The last two, murder cases were like, oof. So this one was actually on a, it felt like it ended on a lighthearted note. But, let's see. Anyways, if you guys got school or work going on, I wish you luck. Monday we'll be playing, I believe, Ace Attorney. Hopefully I can get the thumbnail done in time so we can actually play. My computer's been kind of wonky lately. Mainly because it just is. Let me turn down my music a little bit. I feel like it's a little loud. Like I'm talking over it. And then Tuesday will be Sims, I believe. We'll be playing the Sundays, going back to that family, which will be really interesting considering last time. But anyways, yeah, John said get water. Drink some water. Drink plenty of water. It's important to drink water. Lots of water. Take care of yourselves. Self-care is important. Love yourselves. You are very important, okay? You matter, all right? Make sure to take care of your mental health, okay? It's very important that you take care of yourselves, okay? You are the only you, all right? All right, y'all. I will see you tomorrow for Labor Day. Bye, y'all. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye, y'all. Good night. Go to bed. I mean it. You better be going to bed. Right now. You heard me. No playing around. Anyways, bye, y'all. Goodbye. Bye, y'all. Bye-bye.